where we were treated to some breathtaking racing. A very warm welcome from a very warm Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. We're here for round 2 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Saturday, which means it's race day. We began the season at the end of March in Thailand, where we were treated to some breathtaking racing, and we are sure to see more of the same today and tomorrow, with 5 races each day. There is Sepang Circuit, 13 turns. There's a fantastic combination of fast-flowing sections, elevation changes, and if you look at that final section, it's very challenging and always sets up a breathtaking finish. So there we are. We're here for the afternoon. We're beginning with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Plenty to talk about here. As we look at the sky, weather check is always a good thing to do at Sepang, and you can see 32 degrees and sunny. There is no rain forecast for this afternoon, but Sepang can spring surprises when it comes to the weather. So you can see the grid being cleared there as the riders get ready to set off on their warm-up lap. I'm Barry Russell, and alongside me this afternoon is Daniel Bogas. Daniel, as an active superbike racer at Sepang yourself, what should we be looking out for this afternoon? Let's look at the starting grid to begin with. After a fantastic qualifying session this morning, Ramdan Rosli is on pole position. Next to him, Muzakir Mohammed. Next to him, champion Vorapong Malahuan.
Yeah, row 2 is Piawat Patumios, Deki Tiarno in 5th, Fugo Tanaka in 6th.
And leading row 3, we've got Kerwin Chang. Next to him, Singaporean Arshad Rushdie, and next to him, Tayo Sato.
In row 4 and 10th is Darren Pop Tong Yoi, 11th Jagan Kumar, and in 12th KY Ahmed.
And rounding off with row 5, Deepak Ravi Kumar, Chirant Wisanat, and Louis Abelard. All these riders are on equal bikes. And Daniel, you were looking at qualifying this morning. What should we be looking out for this afternoon in this race 1?
Yeah, I would say the consistency between Ramdan and Muzakir, that's just been absolutely excellent. They've ridden as a pair, and they've just been quite untouchable in qualifying. And it was surprising to me because I would expect the larger group to have the faster riders, but it was just the pair of them. They fed off each other's slipstream and did a fantastic job.
And they pushed the champion, the reigning champion and the championship leader after the double win in Thailand, Vorapong, out to the outside of the front row. What did you make of Vorapong's response to them?
Yeah, that was surprising. I really thought that Vorapong would somehow split the pair of them at least. But yeah, it looks like Vorapong really does have his work cut out for him. Piawat as well. He's been strong since Buriram, but he struggles. He's just falling a bit short now in qualifying. But then again, anything can happen during the race.
Yeah, and there's some good depth in this field now. I mean, it's worth recalling that it was this time last year for round 2 that this series had its debut. And the bikes have developed enormously since then, and I noted the improvement in lap times. We were looking at fastest laps of 2:27, 2:28 when we first visited Sepang. This weekend we've been seeing 2:21s.
Yeah, it's the improvement is night and day. It's even the top speed wise. Last time they were only doing about 194, I believe it was 194, 195. We've had 211 kilometers per hour clocked this weekend. That's
phenomenal, and they have been quicker than the AP250s, which has always been a good thing to watch out for with these bikes, just how they are comparing with the AP250 as a racing class. I'm noting here Piawat Patumios. He's one of the more experienced riders here, former official Thai Honda rider. Deki Tiarno Aldi, the Indonesian, he's got a win here at Sepang. So there's plenty to look for. Fugo Tanaka, we know he's fast. Kerwin Chang, he's one of the riders I fancy coming through this season, the Filipino.
Yeah, he went well out in Buriram, and he's doing quite well as well this weekend so far.
So the riders are forming the grid now. We're pretty much right on time for the start of this afternoon's action. And when the man with the red flag moves away, we'll be looking for the lights. And when the lights go out, it's go time. All clear from the rear of the grid. The red flag goes. Here come the red lights. And we're away.
Great start there from Muzakir in second place. Went straight to the front, but now slipstream will come into effect as they run down to turn 1.
Yeah, there's many ways around turn 1, so let's just see. We've got Muzakir. He's been bested going into turn 1, but he's come out in front.
Ramdan just has that beautiful slide going to turn 1. He really rides this bike like it's a super sport. It's quite a joy watching him.
Feel safely through this first sector at Sepang and coming up the hill. It is Muzakir currently at the front, and he's got Ramdan right behind him. Let's look back to see where Warapong is in this pack. Spotted him yet.
I'm not sure if my eyes are seeing that correctly, but it looks like Kerwin has made it up into third. I think that's number 8 of Kerwin at the front there. So if it is Kerwin who's up into third, then that was a brilliant start from him.
Yeah, Kerwin, if I remember rightly, took a P4 at Chang International, and he does look like a good racer. Yeah, it is him.
Wow, what a start that was from Kerwin Chang, the young Filipino rider coming up. But for now, leading, that's Muhammad Muzakir, followed by Ramdan Rosli. Where's Warapong? He's down in fourth.
Yeah, he's fourth, just ahead of Deki Tiano. And we've seen them battling here before, and we've seen Deki getting the better of the 2022 champion.
Yeah, Deki was really strong here last season, so he'll be looking to try and charge onto the front. But for now, it looks like a little bit of a gap there that Muzakir's got for himself. So he's looking to run away with it.
Yeah, Muzakir didn't have a good run of luck, did he, in round 1 at Chang? He had some technical problems that compromised his finishing positions. But this is a fascinating opening lap, and it is those two just making a little break at the front. Warapong in third. He's going to be trying to do everything he can to stop them running away.
This is a brilliant start from the two Malaysians, but there we go, going on the inside. That was Deki Tiano, so he goes up into third currently.
Yeah, this is it. How can they stop these two Malaysians running away at the front? Fascinating first lap. So it is Muzakir, Ramdan, Deki Tiano, Warapong, and the exciting Filipino Kerwin Chang. Piawat went through 6th.
Yeah, Piawat had a really great third sector there on that lap. He's a fast rider, but for now, the two at the front, they're really trying to run away with it. Deki Tiano, he's trying to charge up behind them. But if Muzakir and Ramdan find good rhythm now, it's going to be really difficult for the rest to try and catch up to them.
Yeah, I think it is. They really need to work together in that following pack and not slow each other down. That's Warapong. If Warapong can give his project leaders instructions to the guys behind him, maybe he can get them to cooperate. But it's looking good for these two Malaysians.
Yeah, the gap across the line on that lap was 1 second between Muzakir and Deki. So we'll see whether they can pull the gap further now. It looks visually like it is.
Yeah, as we've seen this series get better and better, the TVS One Make, one of the things that's enriched it this year has been the introduction of experienced riders like Muzakir, like Ramdan, joining Warapong, and Piawat coming in too.
And that was a sweet move there from Ramdan Rosli onto Muzakir in turn 9. Now Ramdan leads the group, well, the pair of them through turn 11. I think by the looks of it, looks like Piawat just taking third place away there.
Yeah, Piawat always went well here as an AP250 rider for Thai Honda. You know he's fast. Sometimes he fades over race distance, but let's see what he's got, because this following pack need to not let them get away. It's a big ask, isn't it? Yeah, that is pirouette as they come through turn 13 now.
Feeling pirouette, he looks like he has the pace to upset the front two, because he's pulled away a bit from the group behind him of Dekitiano, Vorapong and Kerwin. But for now it's Muzakir that leads again. Got the slipstream on Ramdan down the back straight. Fastest lap coming in from Pirouette, but Tumios 0.3 seconds faster nearly than Ramdan and Muzakir in front of him.
Yeah, you could see that on track, couldn't you? And Vorapong in a bit of almost a midfield battle here. And getting pushed out as well. He's just lost another place. I think that might have been to Fugo Tanaka. Vorapong, the double winner in round 1. He really had to fight for those wins.
Definitely Ramdan as well. He's looking to make back for disappointing round 1 in both occasions at the DNF due to some technical issues. So looking really good right now, Ramdan. But the back here, Vorapong jousting with his riders who are under his program. Fugo Tanaka has been really looking quite good this weekend, but right now I don't think he has the pace to catch up to the likes of Pirouette and Muzakir and Ramdan in front of him.
Yeah, Pirouette did well to get through because he knew he had the pace to catch up. So it's going to be 3 really good riders, excluding Vorapong, who's not having it his own way at all. He's going to lose another place now as they peel through this turn.
It's a fantastic ride from Pirouette so far. He's already caught up right behind Ramdan Rosli now. I think once we come to the back straight, he will be well in the rear wheel of Ramdan into turn 15.
Yep. So Ramdan just had a little look behind him. But you're right, Daniel. It's going to be them 3 coming together into turn 13.
This will be interesting because between Muzakir and Ramdan, they've been teammates before, so they definitely have a good relationship. So everything will be just very soft and clean. But now when you bring Pirouette into the picture, he will want to fight for the victory, and he won't care how he makes the move.
No, he won't. He's at that point in his career where he's no longer an official Honda rider.
Ooh, bit of a mistake there from Ramdan on the gas. You can see the rear was twitching and it just ruined his exit. And here comes Pirouette now. He had the slipstream, and I think down into turn 1 Pirouette might cross, but Ramdan just fending him off a bit more. But this gives Muzakir an opportunity to make a gap between himself and the pair of them. Yeah,
Muzakir looking really, really cool at the front. Fugo Tanaka came across the line in 4th. Vorapong 5th. Kuin Chang 6th, and Dekitiano, previous winner here, crossed the line that time around in 7th.
Now fastest lap again from Pirouette. He's the only rider who's lapped a 2 minute 21.8. No one else has lapped below 2 minutes 22 in this race so far. There's Vorapong still behind Fugo Tanaka in 5th.
Yeah, this group that are going to end up fighting for P4. There's about 5 bikes there, I think, and then there's a gap back to Kewa Ahmed and Jagan Kumar, the 2 Indians. Smooth as you like, apart from losing the lead briefly to Ramdan. This has been a perfect race from Muzakir. We had the press conference on Thursday. He did look and sound confident. Just needs everything to be okay on the bike, and I've got this, was the between the lines message.
It was a beautiful move there from Dekitiano on to Vorapong. So Vorapong now drops another position down. But for now, looking at the front, looks like Pirouette's just waiting for the right time. I don't think he wants to attack yet, because he clearly has the pace to get in front of Ramdan and Muzakir. But he's just waiting for the right moment to pounce.
So it looks like a gap of maybe a second. Back to Tanaka in 4th.
Oh, there comes Pirouette now on the slipstream of Ramdan. He's gonna make the move then turn 15, but it looks it looks like he's pulling back a bit. I think he's just waiting for the final lap to really solidify a block pass and get the drive down to the finish line.
Yeah, I think you're right, but 3 very experienced, canny riders here. I mean, Piwat also has his on his CV 1 or possibly 2 Suzuka 4-hour wins.
Clean move there, coming in from Ramdan with the good slipstream. I think definitely he saw that Piawat's closing up and he realized that now is the time to push, because if not, Piawat's just gonna take advantage of them just cruising at the front. Deki Tiano with the fastest lap on the previous lap at 2:21.400.
Good, so Deki's got the front 3 in his sights. What can he do to catch up? Oh, that's a nice casual look behind, wasn't it?
Looks too calm.
All the time in the world.
Yeah, for now it's a bit of a twitch there on the gas for Muzakir. So in front of Muzakir at the front, Ramdan at the back, Piawat just watching the pair of them in front of him. It looks like Muzakir struggling there a bit with the rear on the exit of turn 5.
Tanaka still at the front of that chasing group.
It's a good block of the line there by Muzakir, just making sure no one's gonna jump in on the inside there of turn 9. And Piawat, he's just watching this unfold, but it looks like Fugo Tanaka might be bringing Deki and Vorpong back into contention for the battle of the victory.
It does, yeah. The gap looks smaller. Back to the chasing group, so we could be in for a battle. We've got this lap and then another one to go. So it just depends on how much the front group hold each other up and how much the group behind them can cooperate. Easy to say, isn't it?
Yeah. You see that Vorpong dropping another position. He's down into 6th now. And look at that, that's Piawat. He looks like he's about to make the move now into turn 15. And does he make it stick? And he does. He does get past Ramdan Rossi. Now he's just got Muzakir in sight. Ramdan's going to try and get past him down on the slipstream. Now I'm just trying to figure out where Fugo, Tanaka, Deki and Vorpong will line up into turn 1.
Yeah, they narrowed the gap by half a second that time around, and we're on the last lap now. So the gloves come off in the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and that chasing group are looking closer and closer.
And Piawat as well, a great move there into turn 1 to take the lead of the race for the first time. And yeah, the group behind has come up in behind the front 3. They will be in contention for the battle for the victory. What a race this has become.
Yeah, this is going to be a 6-way battle by the time they get to the back straight. Muzakir keeps his station at the front. Piawat pressing. Ramdan Rosli not threatening at the moment. And Deki Tiano is leading the group behind. He hasn't made any further impression through the first sector.
For now, so Muzakir leads. Ramdan struggling to find a way past Piawat. Piawat's made a move there at turn 7. Oh, doesn't make it stick. Difficult place to overtake there at turn 7 and 8. But for now, it's still Muzakir who leads.
Oh, look at Piawat now. But I do think you're right, Daniel. I think he's biding his time. He's an experienced enough racer to know that you don't have to do it too early. And there he goes. That's his bid. Can he hold it?
Yeah, looks like he's got the best line out there, out of turn 9 there. But now Ramdan, he's trying to charge back forward. Where is the group behind them? Because if they're close enough, they might be able to make it down in turn 15, but it looks a bit far for now. Vorpong, he's just popped up a couple of positions.
Vorpong fighting his way up. There's a lot of pride at stake there. He won't be happy to 3. No, then they're not going to be close enough, but Vorpong needs to make the best of this race. He came into this as a double winner from round 1, and he's a fierce competitor, as we know, but they're just not close enough. Look at Piawat. He really looks as though he's got this.
Ooh, but look at that.
Here we come. Muzakir cuts back through. Ramdan comes back through, and Piawat and Muzakir are alongside each other. It's Ramdan, Muzakir weaving. It's going to be Muzakir.
Oh my
Muzakir
word.
from Ramdan Rosli and Piawat Patumyos. What a battle once again from this, and another incredibly close finish. 12 thousandths of a second the margin between Muzakir and Ramdam, the two Malaysians, and Piawat just 46 thousandths behind them. What a phenomenal opening race this afternoon. Behind them, Dekitiano. Dekitiano took took fourth place ahead of Vorapong. So more blood from Vorapong. In Deki's back pocket, Fugo Tanaka was sixth.
That was extraordinary. The way that finished, that was unbelievable. The fact that Muzakir managed to take the outside line and hold on to the gas and get it down the line. I thought for sure Ramdan would get the victory there, but my word, what a finish from Muzakir.
And Piawat also thought he had it. I mean, all three riders knew, in inverted commas, that they'd won.
Yeah, tough luck for Piawat. He just got squeezed out there at turn 15.
Yeah, but he's made his mark well, to be fair, the tie in this series. Looking further back, Tayo Saito, who we saw on the podium. Yeah, nice celebration there from Muzakir. Yeah, he carried through the confidence that he showed in the press conference. I mean, it is interesting to watch these press conferences before the action really starts. He's delighted and carrying that Malaysian flag with pride. So a fantastic opening race. As we look, very little wind, lots of sunshine, and here are the results. The winner, and what a fantastic win for Muzakir Mohammed. Just behind him, 12 thousandths behind him, Ramdan Rosli. Similar gap back to Piawat in third, and then Dekitiano Aldi led the rest. Fourth from Vorapong Malahuan, sixth was Fugo Tanaka, seventh was Tayo Saito, eighth Kerwin Chang, ninth Kewei Ahmed, fellow Indian Jagan Kumar just behind him, Arshad Rusti in 11th, P12 Darren Pop Tongyoy, 13th Deepak Ravi Kumar, 14th Chiran Vishwanath, and 15th Louis Abelard. Sorry, Louis Abelard was DNF, he only managed 5 laps. So a stunning opening lap, and it's not going to get any less nail-biting as we go through the afternoon, as we watch these riders celebrate. Little wave there from Vorapong, but that 5th place is going to be hurting the Thai, who came in here after a double win and therefore leading the championship into round 2. Celebrations there for Muzakir as he hands back the flag to the flag marshal. I know he's still wearing the flag, and you can see the heat coming off the track there. Celebrations in Parc Fermé. So there is Ramdan Rosli celebrating. He'll be disappointed not to have won, but he needs to take that. That was a margin of 12 thousandths of a second. Tomorrow is another day. And Muzakir enjoys his celebration, a well-earned win. He had rotten luck from a technical point of view in round 1. Now he's making his way back, and with Vorapong finishing in 5th, that's given him a little bit of room to catch up in the standings. Come huge celebrations. 2 home riders, 1 and 2. And that's what it means. That's what it means. His crew worked hard for it. And it's fantastic for the TVS Asia One Make Championship to see a rider of the caliber of Muzakir coming through and taking a win and putting himself in line for the championship, or at least as a championship contender, as has Ramdan Rosli. Big smiles all round. You can see some of his friends from other teams there, including 1XOX TKKR, who he's worked with before. Muzakir, number 1. And look what it means to him. Time for the cameras. You really need to make the most of these moments as a racer. And that was quite brilliant. And as the winners sort themselves out, we're going to go down to Parc Fermé, and where Yulina is standing by. Okay, we're going to go to the podium first. Okay, let's just take another look at that race. It was a fantastic start from Muzakir. He really dominated most of this race. There he is. Looked like he was going to break away with Ramdan Rosli right at the start. The group behind were trying to sort themselves out to stop them from getting away. But there was only one rider who managed. As you can see, the number 13 in the blue helmet there, that was Piawat Patumios, who before half distance managed to get on terms with the two Malaysians in front. The group behind strived to get on terms, but they just couldn't, and that turned into a battle between previous winner here, Dekitiano Aldi, the champion Vorapong Malahuan, and the exciting Fugo Tanaka. Battled behind them, and at half distance, Muzakir led comfortably across the line, with Ramdam and Piawat keeping him honest. And at this point, Dekitiano Aldi was trying to get on terms, and it did look as though they were going to catch up at one point. But there, Piawat through to second place and challenging. At this point, Piawat looked fast, he looked confident, and he got himself in front. And as they fanned out into the final turn, it was nip and tuck between these first three. And it was Ramdan Rosli who emerged first. Muzakir alongside him pushed and pushed and pushed. There was 12 thousandths of a second, and that's what it looks like.
In second place from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli. And your race winner from Malaysia, Muhammad Muzakir Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to the national anthem of Malaysia.
as the national anthem of Malaysia fades away. We wait for the prize presentation, and the prizes are being presented by Mr. J. Tangaraj, the President and Director of PT TVS Motor Company, Indonesia. Third place to the Thai Piawat Patumios. Second place to Ramdan Rosli.
And your race winner from Malaysia, Muhammad.
And the first place trophy, of course, being awarded to Muzakir Mohammed. Magnificent victory, he fought hard for it. It was a beautiful race by the Malaysians. Time for photos.
Round of applause once again for our TVS Asia One Make race winners. And big thank you to Mr. J. Tangaraj for presenting the trophies to our winners.
And after the photos, we'll take a look at what this has done to the championship standings. And here we are, after 3 races, the championship leader is still Warapong Malahuan with 61 points. That's a 12-point advantage over Muzakir Mohammed. In third place, Piawat Patumios on 40. Not far behind him, 3 points, Dekitiano Aldi in fourth. Fifth, Fugo Tanaka, he's on 35. Teo Sato on 34, keeping himself in contention. Seventh, Jagan Kumar. And eighth, fellow Indian, KY Ahmed. And we will just take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with the underbone this afternoon. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Eight laps of the track, long hold, but we are underway, and it's a solid start there for Hafiza Rofa. Wazik Fairuz, who's come from way down. The riders get very, very congested at that stage. as he goes around the outside. Oh, is he able to hold it? Ahmed Fazli Sham is there as well. Who can hold the final turn? Hazik has been swallowed up, and the win is going to go to Ahmed. We will await that one. So belatedly, we get Shafiq Rasul as the winner. Underway. Walwello has got the lead. Hafiza Roper 5-6 abreast as they come round. Hafiza Roper has got real company. Hafiza, is he able to hold on? And yet it is going to be. There's a crash at the back. The victory goes to Hafiza Roper from Izzat Zaidi.
That was brilliant racecraft. Welcome back to the second round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You just saw on video how tight Underbone 150 racing is, and we are back for Underbone 150 race 1. Weather check, no change. Very light wind, hot sun, normal humidity. I'm with Daniel Bogas. Daniel, that looks pretty normal weather to me.
Yeah, it looks like the typical hot Sepang that we're used to. Was kind of hoping for a bit of rain today, but it looks like we're most likely going to see just hot weather all throughout.
Yep, and do you have an idea of the track temperature?
No idea. We don't have the track temperature up on our screens this time around, but I would, if I were to throw a guess, it would be anywhere between 55 to 60. That's typically what we see at this time in this kind of weather. And the temperatures recently in Southeast Asia have been scorching hot.
Yeah. We saw a fantastic qualifying session and Super Pole shootout earlier today. And here we are with Super Pole.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting session. Ahmed Fazli Sham, I feel like he just fell short. He had issues with his gear shifter. We saw it on his warm-up lap and on this lap time that he did set. He was just struggling to get that bike into its final gear. But yeah, ultimately, from this group, it was really impressive from Hafiza for a while. He held on to first for most of the session, right until the last group came in and took it away. It's Kirsten as well, just falling short in this session, I feel.
Yeah, and there is Walwello, who scored 2 podiums, 2 P3s in Buriram. Put a very good lap together here, as did this man, Wayuaji Trilaksana.
First and second for the Paradigm was a great Super Pole and a good performance from Walwello coming back from Buriram. He's looking really good this time around, and I just saw that he had issues all throughout the weekend. It's a great showing from them.
Yeah, there's a rider who's coming through as well, Murabil Vitoni for LFN. He looked really good yesterday. As we watch his aerodynamic technique there of dropping his hand.
Yeah, it was really impressive from Murabil Vitoni. He's looking a lot better now. But this was surprising to me. Shafiq Rasul, I really expected him to be well in the top 5, but this time round 11th was the best that he could manage.
Yeah, of course we know that a lot can change from grid position to finishing position, but that was a great showing from Walwello once again. We look down at the grid there, crowded grid. There are, I think, 26 bikes. Here's the circuit. Daniel, you know this as well as anyone.
That's right. 15 turns of the Sabah International Circuit, 10 right turns, 5 left. And it really is a very... It's a circuit that's really aggressive onto the right side of the bikes. Although I feel in Underbones it doesn't affect as much as it would on the ASBs or the Super Sports. But it really is a fast, flowy flowy circuit. And yeah, especially with these temperatures, it's going to be really a challenge for the fitness of the riders.
And part of the track has been resurfaced from turn 7 to turn 12. What kind of difference is that likely to make?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think the only difference would be that it just would give that extra bit of grip throughout that section. And yeah, especially in the wet, because I think the issues were a lot in wet riding situations. So definitely it's a great to have the track resurface. I think the riders would appreciate it. And yeah, it's so far brought some great lap times.
Yeah, as we look down there on a really nice crowded grid, it's not going to look quite as tidy as that in a few minutes.
If I remember the umbrellas out, looking in the distance, no sign of cloud cover anywhere. Looking at a properly hot Sepang International Circuit.
Yep, umbrellas all round. And we're going to go down to the grid with Yulina, who's going to be talking to a few riders.
Hello everybody, Selamat Tengah Hari reporting live from the grid at Sepang Circuit. It is scorching hot now and everybody is right here on the grid ready to go before the race starts. Now I wish that I had an umbrella boy on my own. I could really use one right now, but at this moment we will be talking to John Emerson Igbito from the Philippines. We would like to just have a quick chat with him about what happened in Super Bowl today. You ready? Can you talk with your helmet on? Okay, cool. Okay, John, so it looks like this morning you had a problem with your motorcycle at Super Bowl. Did you guys manage to find out what the issue was and did you fix it?
We have a problem for the belly fan. We lost the drain plug for the safety of the oil, and the race officer not me to qualify to Super Bowl. That's why we don't have to compete to Super Bowl.
Right, you said your belly pan had a problem? I see. Did you guys manage to fix this problem?
Yeah, now it's already.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable to go back into the race now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We're already ready.
Okay. Any quick messages or any quick message for everybody that's watching you from the Philippines?
To all Filipino fans, please support us. Prayers is only our support for me. Gospel.
Salamat po. Thank
Salamat
you.
po.
Thank you so much. All right. Cool. Okay, guys. So we will now head to P4 where Haziq Fairuz is. Did pretty well today, actually. P4 in Super Pole. Yesterday he was P1 in qualifying. But yes, let's just take a quick walk now. My little legs gonna keep up with this. And we're looking at him right there. Purple suit, right? Representing Uma Racing Yamaha. So I'm with Haziq Fairuz once again. Okay, we talked to him earlier today. But today I wanted to have a chat with you again, Haziq. You were P12 in combined practice results, but you made it into P1 qualifying. But Super Bowl you got P4. So how are you feeling being able to race in Sepang this time?
Yeah, I'm super happy because this year I made a comeback to race in here, ARRC. Yeah, for sure I will work for hard this weekend, and yeah, we have made a good setup, and then we'll see on the race one.
Good, congratulations, and I'm very happy to hear that you're also third in the championship standings. Do you think you'll be able to defend that title this year, or do you want to do better than that?
Yeah, for sure I want to do a better result for my comeback career. So I hope I will do it my best and for my team.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck for today, Haziq Fairuz. And last one for today, Wawan Relo. I spoke to him earlier today. Super pole boy from Indonesia. He's got P10 in combined practice results, P7 in qualifying, and managed to get pole position. So to our pole man, what is your target for today's race?
Target hari ini saya 3 besar podium dan saya akan maksimal untuk podium. Oke, terima kasih.
Apa perasaan kamu? How do you feel?
Perasaan saya sangat senang bisa berada di urutan nomor 1 nih.
Okay, good luck and thank you. Okay, guys, so reporting from the grid, we're about to leave the grid now because they're going to start really soon. They just blew off the whistle and most of the crews are leaving now. Guys are putting on their helmets. What an exciting race this time. So we're going to kick off the UB 150 really soon. Let's go. And right next, we have the AP 250s later on. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Thanks, Yulina. And welcome back. Here's Barry and Daniel in the commentary box. And I think interesting from there, Haziq talked about his comeback. He's looked really good all the way through the weekend. He did, of course, score a P2 in Buriram. How do you rate his chances over the arc of the season?
I would say he's one of those riders who's really calm and composed. I've watched him throughout the years, and he's just really someone who can string together consistent results. And even though maybe we don't see him really fighting for the victory all the time, he's always been able to fight for good points.
Yeah, just looking here at Hafisa Rofa, a rider that we've both talked about in the past as being another one of the ones to watch. Really good rider, just hitting his stride as a championship contender. As is this rider, I think. April King, how do you rate his progress?
I feel like he's starting to show strides a bit, but I feel like he just has that little bit more that he needs to find, and he'll definitely be well in the contention for victories, because he is such a talented rider.
Yeah, we mentioned Murabil earlier. He put in some really fast performances in his debut season last year, but not the race results. That's what we're looking for this time.
Yeah, he did a good improvement from Buriram in regards to qualifying and the race finish, and he's starting from a much better position this time round. And as well for this guy, Shahrukh Shazras, he's previously had a pole position start in Sepang in the under 150 class as well.
Big favourite there, Ahmad Fazli Sham, of course, as they clear the grid for the warm-up lap. Nazrul Izzat, another massive threat in any underbone race.
That was great throughout practice yesterday, but just fell short in the qualifying in Super Pole, but we can't discount him yet. There will be about 15 to 20 riders in one group when this race starts, and it's going to be hot and fiery action all the way until the end.
Yeah, for now, let's watch the warm-up lap. Here, I love that sound of the 150 singles. It's just brutal. Here is the grid. Wamanuela on pole position, Wayu Ajik Trelaksana next to him. And on the outside, Hafisa Rofa.
Starting the second row is Hazik Fairuz, April Kim Mascardo, and Murabil Vitsoni.
More quality on row 3, Shahrukh Shazras. Next to him, the legendary Ahmad Fazli Sham. And outside of him, Nazrul Izzat.
In row 4 and 10th is Gubita Kresna, Shafiq Rasul in 11th, and Hazik Hamdan in 12th.
And row 5, Dimas Juliet Moko, another really quick rider, Iqbal Amri, and outside of him, John Emerson Inguito.
Forming up row 6 is Izzat Zaidi, surprisingly down there, and Pascan Sanluang and Izam Ikmal.
Giancarlo Maurizio, Filipino rider, leads row 7 from Nguyen Antoine and Pacharagon Tongladulung.
In 22nd is Ahmad Fazl Sham, 23rd Nguyen Hutri, and 24th is Akid Aziz.
Let's see if I can finish this off okay. Ronaldi Pradana is in 25th position, and outside of him, Shafiq Ezarik. 26 starters for Underbone 150, race 1.
I think one rider we forgot to mention earlier was Akid Aziz, the fastest man in practice in the combined practice times yesterday, starting from all the way back in 25th.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see Azik back in underbones. He didn't quite put it together in 250s, but my goodness, he's a magnificent underbone rider. I think his championship year was 2018, but he's a former champion, and I was really happy to see him putting in consistently good lap times tomorrow, so he's going to be a threat too. Good shout, Daniel. And looking all the way down this field, the quality is amazing. Race 1 winner from Buriram, P11 on the grid. And Izzat Zaidi, as you mentioned, in 16th. The quality in this field, every time I look at the qualifiers and I look at the grid, it just blows you away to see the quality.
It's literally one of those situations where it could be anyone's race. Everyone has the potential to take the race victory, and especially when the racing starts, you just see this large group of riders all hunting for that final line into turn 15 on the last lap, and it's just absolutely amazing racing.
How about Fazli Sham? Everybody loves him in the paddock. He's been eclipsed slightly so far this season by Shafiq and Hafisa.
Yeah, I feel like he's paved the way for the young kids now to come back up, and yeah, he's still well within the points, but right now Hafiza and Shafiq, they just look like the new stars in the 1XOX team.
They definitely do. We just saw one of the Uma bikes go through Nazarul. Don't be surprised to see him on the podium.
We've seen Nazarul fighting for the podium spots before.
And there is the resurgent Haziq Farouz. He does look confident, he does look happy.
I just have a feeling that Wamanwelo might just be able to stitch this together, but it's difficult to say. Starting from pulling the underbone class is not an easy task.
No, he's coming to the line alongside Gubita Krishna, two-time champion. Just talking about the quality that we've got here. This is a fantastic class of racing. It's watched by people all over the world. Not just because the racing is incredibly close, but I think it's also the accessibility of the bikes.
Yeah, these are production bikes that you can get quite easily, and it just makes it that much more exciting.
Absolutely. As the starter holds them. All clear at the back, safety car is in position. So we come back and look for the lights. And we're away for race 1 of the Underbone 150. And problem there for one of the Uma bikes.
I think that was April King. That was a horrid start for him. But right at the front is still Wamanwelo. Wayaji just sticking to the rear of him. Looks like a good start from one of the UZ Estremo riders.
Yeah.
Yes, Izzat Zaidi as well coming into turn 1.
Yeah, is that alongside another one of the Uma bikes? April King coming inside. The camera being carried by Haziq Farouz as they go quite gingerly through that first sector, which is good to see.
Hafiza has got a good start there out of turn 1 and turn 2. He's up into second now. What's that?
Great shot there of April King and the number 72 bike.
YUIG is just straight taking the lead of the race for now. Behind him, I think that is Murgo Vitoni that's just formed up behind him. So great start from the front row and in row 2.
Yeah, and we've got two of the three. All three 1XOX TKKR bikes are up there and in contention as well. So it's going to be interesting to watch these. It's Hafiza who's coming up to take the lead. The other two holding back a little bit, but this is very, very early doors.
There will definitely be team plays being handed out now by 1XOX. They've got all three of the riders up into the top 6. Ooh, bit of a moment there for Shafiq Russell. Drops a few positions, but there's Izzat Zaidi. He's had a decent start.
I think I saw Dimas Julie up there somewhere as well. It's a great sport picking out exactly who's who in this class. But that is Wamanwelo got back to the front. Yeah.
They're just trading
Briefly.
positions.
Briefly. Changes with every sentence.
And now at the front there, that's Murabo Vitoni. So that's a great start. But then again, once they reach turn 15, we can expect all these positions to shift once again. I think that's April King as well, has made his way up into the top 6. So what a great start this has been from April King. Scratch that, he's gone into the lead now.
And look at Fazli coming up the inside. He just swung across out from the middle of the pack to try and get to the front. He does like to lead in the early stages, Fazli Sham. He's got himself into P2 as they cross the line at the beginning of lap 2.
So for now it's Wamanwelo that leads, but everyone's just fighting out for the slipstream and cutting across there. That was Amafazi Sham once again. He's trying to gauge whether or not he can break, but I don't think it's going to be possible with this grid. Is that Izam Ikmal or Patragon has just come across into turn 1 there?
Yeah, I didn't get that, but Hafiza got himself to the front. As we come through the heat haze and focus once again on these 26 bikes. No attrition so far, we're happy to say.
And this is Ikmal who's made his way up. He started, I think, way down in 17th, and he's just gone up into the top 3. But Wamanwelo now regains into second.
Yeah, and that is Murabil holding the lead for now. Good experience for him.
So And it's Zaidi as well, who just come up into fourth. What a ride this has been so far from all these riders.
Yeah, I can see Izzat Zaidi keeping himself just behind those front three.
He's trying to make a move on Mobil, but Mobil holding off quite well. He's looking comfortable to just lead this group. He's Zaidi now using the force of slipstream to try and make a move on Izam, and I think he just misses out. But now Izam Iqbal leads this race. I think Hazik has just made it up into fourth.
Yeah, it's Hazik coming through as expected. I think I can see 4 of those purple UMA machines up there as Izzat goes in front of Murabil. Now a long way to go. There is Shafiq Rasool, really exciting rider. Fantastic to have him full time in this championship.
Yeah, I remember when Shafiq and Hafiza came in for the wild cards, and yeah, they were just spectacular from the start. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's great to have them here for a full season. I think they've really just brought some extra color into this championship. But for now, everyone just tussling there for slipstream and contact there between Hazik and Amafaz Hisham. Whoa, I was lucky that they all got away from that.
Yeah, and coming out of that melee is Murabil Vitoni staying there, and Fazli Sham. What a surprise!
I'm truly amazed at how Murabil Vitoni has just been able to stick at the top 3 and not drop further, but as I say that, he's just been washed away by this large group of riders in the slipstream.
Yeah, you need to talk in shorter sentences, Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at this. This is what attracts people from all over the world to this class. It's just phenomenal. And let's just take another look at that clash. As Hazik moves across, contact. Yeah. It was wheel to wheel with Fazli.
Oh, good to see that both of them made it away from that. Now it's Nazrul Izzat who's up at the front. He's trying to lead, but I think that's Wawan Wetlow who's just regained the lead for a second there. As Hazik is just charged around the outside of turn 4.
Yeah, the colour is mostly purple at the front for now. The green's a little bit further back, but we have a long way to go. This is a 2.5 minute lap for these machines around Sepang. Hazik at the front. Maintaining a good position, and there's another of the threats, Nazarul. As soon as you start talking about threats and you look at the numbers, you realise nearly every bike on your screen here is capable of winning.
Definitely. Whoa, what a move from Wahi Aji there. He's just gone up, I think, about 4 or 5 positions up at turn 9. For now, it's Wawan Wella that leads, followed by Hazik and Nazrul Izzat. April King putting in the charge there from 4th.
Yeah, 3 UMA racing bikes in front now. Gap behind him doesn't really mean much at this stage, and it's disappeared anyway. I think that's Fazli Sham, the first of the 1XOX TKKR machines.
Yeah, one of them's dropped to all the way back there. But we have seen them do this before. They just wait somewhere at the back of the pack while the race unfolds in front of them. And then in the last 2 laps, we'll start seeing them pick away at the front. There's Fazli Sham now.
He looks aggressive again, doesn't he, as they come into turn 15.
Whoa. He truly is fantastic. He just fought his way all the way up.
Nice and tight all the way through. Not phased at all by that clash the previous time around. Second across the line again for him.
Yeah, you mentioned the clash. You would imagine that he might be shaken up a bit, but he does not care at all. He just still wants to push at the front, and he's looking as aggressive as ever.
Yeah, Murabil staying up there well as well. He crossed the line 5th and is very much in that group. Be good to see another rider putting a full race distance together and getting a good result. John Emerson Minguito talking about earlier.
Someone's just gone off on the grass there. I think that was Murabil Vitoni. Just on the inside of turn 3, so he's lucky to escape from that.
Yeah, It's interesting what you were saying, Daniel, about riders coming from the back quite late in the race. You'd normally think you just want to stay in touch with the front six or something, but it's not. It's not in this class.
Yeah, not in underbones at least. It's truly a different breed of racing.
Is that Zaidi up there as well? Missed the championship last year by a hair's breadth.
There's Amafaz Sham just regaining the lead of the race. Behind him there was Haziq Faris and Nazrul Izzat. Look at Amafaz Sham, he really is pushing on early. You see Shafiq Rasul and Hafiza, they're all the way back in the 11th and 19th, I believe it was.
Oh, so comfortably in touch then.
Yeah.
But this is a good run again. We've seen it many times before from Fazli, but I think sentimentally we'd all like to see him on the podium. So those two Malaysian Uber bikes of Shafiq and Haziq and Nazrul looking really threatening. April Kings back in 9th, but still in touch.
Not sure if I saw that right, but someone's bike is pushing out clouds of white smoke. So it looks like someone might have an engine issue very soon.
Is that Zaidi right to the outside? Just taking a look around, really. No aggressive move whatsoever. I think he's just taking a look. 2 more laps after they complete this one. Emerson Minguito crosses the line second this time. His compatriot April King was third across the line, ahead of Nazrul and Murabul Vitoni, and Wawan Weller, who's been there or thereabouts all the way through as well. How many bikes in this front group?
Ooh,
There's 14.
Yeah, I think it's one of the UCA Streamo bikes that's pushing out smoke. I think that's Shahrul Shazraz. You see every time he lets off the gas, big chunk of white smoke just comes out. Now no flags being waved for him, so racing continues on. Wawan Wello up at the front.
Yeah, we were talking about 15 bikes in the leading group. There's actually 14. So margin of error there. But surprisingly, the gap is back to Wayuaji Trilaksana. He's dropped back.
Yeah, I think on the previous lap we saw that it became 2 large groups of riders, and they've just lost touch of this front group now. So it's going to be interesting whether they can claw that back for that final lap.
Yeah, and Hafisa and Shafiq drop back behind Wayuaji too. Murabul Vitoni out at the front. Wabanwello, poleman threatening. Is that Zaidi making his way to the front? Former champion Gupita Krishna at the front as well.
There we go. It's Murabul Vitoni leading this race currently. This is the second last lap. When they come across the start-finish line, they will begin the final lap, and that will be where we see all the tricks being pulled out by the riders into turn 15. Akirazi just made his way up there as well.
Let's take a look. It's hard to see. He was adrift last time they crossed the line.
It looks like Akid just has found his way somewhere in the middle of this group now. An interesting late charge from him. And there we go, the 2 1x2x besides Amafaz Sham there also starting to push on.
Yeah, but it's going to be Fazli first into turn 13 for this rehearsal for the final lap, which will be beginning shortly. But it's going to be Murabul Vitoni who crosses the line. Again ahead. Fazli Sham very aggressive once again. He really means it this time.
Yeah, he's leaving nothing on the plate. Amafaz Sham as aggressive as ever. Wow, Fiza Rofa there. Swerving out.
Yeah, each side of the track there you've got Shafiq on one side, Hafisa on the other as they bobble into this first turn.
Look at how close that is from this onboard perspective. There's Hafiza Rofa now trying to muscle his way through. Murbil Vitoni dropped down a few positions.
That means Hazik is at the front if we're looking back at them. So yeah.
Leading currently, is that Wahyu Aji, I believe, and followed by Gupita Kresna
Yeah,
and
that's
Wawan
Gupita.
Wello.
As the heat haze clears, yeah, Wawan Wello. Gupita 1 second, Gupita 3rd. Basley 4th.
They make their way around turn 5 and 6. It really is the final charge now. Wahyu Aji trying to make some space between him and the riders behind him, but that's nearly impossible in this underbone 150 class.
Well, a long look around him from Wawan Wello. What's going through his mind, but he didn't lose any time from doing so. He's in about 4th or 5th and right close to the front. It's getting edgy now. Nazrul in there as well. Hazik in there as well. Whoa! And down goes! Was that the wild card?
I think that's Iqbal Amri, yeah, the wild card. Unfortunate for him because he was well in that front group, but for now our attention goes back to the front. By looks, I think that's Wahyu Aji who's still leading this pack. Behind him is Gupita Krishna.
The haze clear. Yeah, that's Wahyu Aji at the front. A couple of laps ago he was several bike lengths adrift of this leading group. Now he's at the front. He's taking a wide line there.
Hafiza going in aggressive there. He's taken the inside line through turn 14. He's found himself in a good position to get that slipstream down into 15.
And here is this side. We got the heat haze. As soon as the heat haze clears, we're going to see what we've got in front of us. But it looks like Wahyu Aji, Gupita Krishna, Nazrul is behind him. We've got 2 1XOX TKKR machines coming, and a massive crash. There's 2, there's 3. Oh my word! Let's see what's happening at the front. Murbil Vitoni is going to take the win from Wawan Wello. Gupita Krishna.
Wawan Wello has just made it across Murbil to take the victory.
Now we need to pick the bones out of that, but it looked like a win for Murbil, but it was Wawan Wello.
I think Murbil celebrated just a second too early, and that allowed Wawan Wello to just breeze across him there.
But
My word.
Gupita 3rd, Izzat Zaidi 4th, Cheryl Shazras 5th.
My word.
So, no surprise here, as we see the notice on the screen that the finish, there's a photo finish.
Yeah, we had, I think, nearly half of the front group just taken out in that crash.
But I do believe it was Wawan Wello who got the advantage there. But that's a sad sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take another look.
Ah, there we go. I think that was Nazrul Izzat trying to make move on the inside, and that just started the domino effect of everyone cascading and crashing into each other.
Yeah. That was all 3 1XOX bikes went down there. Head shakes in the 1XOX TKKR pit. But there is the man who crossed the line first, the Indonesian Wawan Wello. He's claiming that victory. We will see the result of the photo finish, but I do think he had the momentum as they crossed the line. Brilliant performance from Murbil Vitoni. He's been promising that ever since he came in a year ago. Here is the finish replayed again, and it did look as though Murbil was going to take it. But Wawan Wello, look at this recovery. Bar to bar, he was just a whisker ahead as they crossed the line. And Gupita being caught by Izzat Zaidi, but just managed to hold the advantage. What a fantastic race. If you haven't seen it before, now you know why underbone racing, ARRC underbone racing, is so popular all over planet Earth. What a race. Wawan Wello, we've seen him for a few seasons as a wild card. It's fantastic to have him in the series as a regular rider this season. and as I think is that April King sitting by the barrier. And just looking down to see the who's missing from the leaderboard. We are missing April King. We are missing Haziq Farouz. Celebrations for Gubita Krishna. He has had a good run so far. Let's have a look at the provisional results. The winner, Wawan Wello from Indonesia for Pitspike JRT Tech 2 one-way racing team. Murabil Vitoni for LFNH Putra 969 in P2. Gubita Krishna third. Izzat Zaidi fourth for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. Sharul Shazras in fifth. Sixth, Izam Ikmal. Seventh, Dimash Juliat Moko. Good ride from him. And eighth, Akid Aziz, the returning rider who made his way through that mayhem. Nguyen Antoine took advantage of the said mayhem. He came in 9th, 10th Nazarul, 11th Giancarlo Maurizio, 12th Shafiq Ezariq, 13th Pascon San Luang, 14th Haziq Hamdan, 15th Iqbal Amri. And 16th was Pacharagon, 17th Reynaldi, 18th Nguyen Hutri, and John Emerson in Guito, way back 122. I think he may have crashed and crossed the line. Fazli Sham, another victim of that crash. April King and Haziq all went down just on the entry to turn 13. And ranked 23rd, Wayu Adji, these are all fallers. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, Hafisa Rofa and Shafiq Risal, all fallers at that final turn incident. It's still bright sunshine as the celebrations in Park Fermé ensue. Gubita Krishna, he's happy with that. Good race from him. Strong performances all the way through free practice yesterday. Good performance in Super Pole. He can be happy with that, and he's got another crack at it tomorrow. So well earned P3 for the Indonesian former champion. Dons the Indonesian flag for the podium ceremony. And we're going to go down to Park Fermé where Yulina is waiting to interview the winner.
Hello everybody, my name is Yulina and you are still with me. We have just finished off race 1 for the UB 150 class. I have with me Wawan Wello. He finished first place today after that grueling battle that they had, and there was quite a few falls as well with a number of riders. We hope they're all doing fine, but for now, we'll have a quick chat with Wawan Wello, the winner for race 1 today. So how do you feel today? Apa perasaan kamu hari ini?
Pesan saya sangat senang sebab dari awal saya udah percaya kepada engine saya dan saya mengikuti ritme sampai last lap dan saya mencoba perbaiki di last corner dan saya bisa finish ke 1.
Okay, bye. So earlier today, I saw before you crossed the finish line, you had a little bit of a fight with Murabil, right? Kamu ada tarung sedikit ya sama Nurul. Jadi apakah yang terjadi di situ? Bisa kamu kasih tahu sama kami?
Yang terjadi pada situ saat itu Robi ngambil posisi ke kiri dan saya sudah posisinya udah di sampingnya dan itu sempat terjadi insiden. Okay.
Jadi apa perasaan kamu bagi besok? Kamu bisa lakukan dengan baik atau enggak?
Saya untuk besok saya akan mengulangi lagi, insya Allah bisa podium 3 besar. Oke.
Congratulations, thank you so much. Okay guys, so we are done. Okay, a giant congratulations right there. The Indonesian team is so proud of Wawan Wello. Right now, in just a few minutes, stay with us, don't go anywhere. We will have a look at the AP 250 guys and we'll see and catch up with the drama and what's going on. We'll be right back, don't go anywhere.
And here's a recap of one phenomenal Underbone 150 race. Wawan Wello got away well from the front. We had some great shots from the rear of the bike of Haziq Farouz. Saw a big wobble there. I think that was from Shafiq Rasul early in the race. But a front group packed full of potential winners. It's so difficult to pick one out of them. But Murabil Vitoni, the rider who's shown so much promise but not really the results over the past 12 months. So we saw a clash there between Fazli Sham and Haziq Farouz. Both riders okay, recovered from it. I think that's probably a normal racing incident for underbone 150s. Other riders staying close to the front, and we saw some smoke there coming out of the back of one of those UMA machines, I do believe. And with 2 laps to go, it was still very much open. Murabil crossed the line first time, challenged for the last time, challenged by Fazli Sham, who looked really aggressive and really determined all the way through the race. It wasn't to be as it turned out, but there was nothing to choose between these, and then we saw one of the wild cards go down. But then we got to the run into turn 13, the final turn for the final time. And mayhem ensued from the inside of the track. And all 3 1XOX bikes, Haziq Farouz and 1 or 2 others went down as well. Meanwhile, back at the front, Murabil looked as though he had it, but the win was taken by Wawan Wello, with Gupita Krishna cleaning up the podium. Izzat Zaidi finished 4th. Sharol Shazras was 5th, but a delighted winner. As we go to the podium now.
In second
Big
place
smiles,
from
and that's a
Indonesia,
genuine smile
Murabil
from a
Vitoni.
really great rider and a great guy, Gupita Krishna.
And the race winner, Wawan Wello.
And that
Now we'd like to invite Pits by GRT Tech 2 one way to join us.
Murabil on the podium. Wawan Wello on the podium. We know his quality. It's great to see him now on the top step of the box.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Director of IDEMITSU FIM Malaysia, to
As the
present
winners
awards
take their
to our
places
winners.
to receive their prizes.
In third
Prizes
place,
will be
from the
presented
first
by
Evo Yamaha
Mr. Yasser
Racing
Hudi
Team,
Hirai,
Gupita
the Managing
Krishna.
Director of IDEMITSU Lube Malaysia. So he presents third place trophy to Gupita Krishna.
In second place, from the LFNH Putra 969 Indonesia
And second
Racing
place
Team,
trophy,
Murabil
of course, to
Vitoni.
Murabil Vitoni. Great to see him on the
And your
podium.
race
It won't be the
winner
last
for
time.
Pits by GRT Tech 2 one-way racing team, Wawan Wello.
And a brilliantly judged win, and the winner's trophy for Indonesian, Wawan Wello for Pits
I would
Bike
like to invite Mr.
JRT
Stefan Maki
one way.
Karpet, the FIM Asia president, to present the award to the best team.
Presentation for the
The
best team
goes to
is
the
going to be
Pits
given
by
by Mr.
GRT
Stefan
Tech
Karapie,
to
the
one-way
FIM
racing
Asia
team.
president, as he lofts the winner's trophy high.
I'd like to invite Mr. Yoshihide Hirai and Mr. Sefamaki Karpia to take a photo with our race winners.
The 3 podium winners, team winner,
Ladies and gentlemen,
everybody
a round
else
of applause
takes
once
place
again
for
the
the
Underbone 150 race winners.
obligatory photographs. Very happy Wawanwelo on the top there. Let's take a look at the championship standings. And look at that, Wawanwelo, 57 points. He scored 2 P3s in Buriram. Second is at Zaidi on 37, 20 points behind. Then Hafiz Arofa, Murabu Batoni fourth. Fifth Hazik Farouz, sixth Gubita Kreshna, seventh Shafiq Rasol, and eighth Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin. Those numbers very much affected by that final lap crash. As we look at the rest of the table, so we're going to go to a commercial break now, and we'll be right back with the Asia production, the AP250s. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
AP250, the Asia production 250cc. The lights go off, we are underway, and it's a solid start from all 3. So there's a battle going on, and what a way to get his championship charge. This is the battle for P3, and coming through on the inside, or just holding on. And Astra Honda 1, 2, 3 as Herjanatna holds off McLaren and Irfan Amwarit. Chakrapat drops down to P7. The race number 2 is underway. Made a solid start, and at the back, purgatory when you've got those ride-through penalties. Well, he's on his out lap now. Astra Honda did have that little bit of extra but what a great battle for P2. Now then, on to the final corner, and the Kawasaki is forced wide. Herjanatna is forced off the track. But Reza Danica Arons, Astra Honda racing back-to-back wins, and wow, he's won that one by 8.8 seconds, slowing down.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. You're joining us as we approach the halfway stage of this afternoon's proceedings. Next up, after two explosive races, are the AP250s, and they will be no less gripping than what we've seen so far with the TVS Asia 1 make and UB150s. The AP250s we'll look at in a moment at the qualifying. Just to recap that, the busy Daniel Bogas has just retaken his seat next to me. We had an eventful and interesting qualifying session this morning, and Daniel, we mentioned this morning about the increase in speed from the TVS Asia 1 make bikes. The same is true of the AP250s. They've shaved 3 seconds off. They're on slicks this year. What else is different?
Yeah, I mean, from what we know, that it has been the real differentiating factor was the slicks, but clearly Astra Honda has just upped the ante, and all three of them doing 222s in qualifying.
Yeah, so here are the highlights of qualifying. We saw some good moves here early on, I think, from Ferozi Torakatullah. And we're looking at the early stages here, but there's a rider that always seems to put himself at or very close to the front, Herjan Atner. There he is, carrying the number 46. He topped all 3 free practice sessions yesterday, so he was one of the favourites here.
Herjan just looks absolutely brilliant, and here's Irfan Adyansha with not a bad qualifying by any means, and this was a huge crash there by one of the East riders. It's Warit Tongnap Pakun, who crashed out.
Yeah, shame for Warit. He's a really quick rider, and that's a decent machine. Arji Barji then, that was the two Bunsu Honda riders, right? There is Warit holding his head. Here is a double winner from round 1, Reza Danica RNs. What could he do? Well, he was looking imperious once again. And there's his exciting new teammate, the number 54, just going through there, Veda Eger.
Yeah, Veda looked strong all throughout qualifying, pulled that second place right at the last few minutes.
Ferozi, impressive on the Yamaha, which is not, we have to say, quite as quick as the Hondas and the Kawasaki's.
He was the fastest Yamaha. He's the only Yamaha up in the top 15. The closest is his teammate, Wahyu Nugroho.
And there is 2018 champion, double winner in race 1, and now the pole man for round 2. As the riders go on their formation lap. Here's a look at the track, Daniel.
Yeah, that's right. 15 turns once again. 10 right, 5 left, and on the 250s through 5 and 6 especially, it's really exciting because they barely let go of the throttle all throughout that sector. It really is quite exciting to watch 250s go around the Sepang International Circuit. We did see in the distance there was a bit of cloud cover coming around, so I'm wondering whether the temperatures will drop at all, or if we have a sudden change of weather that we're used to seeing in Sepang.
Yeah, busy grid once again, but missing from that session, a notable absentee was Mukladar Sarapech. What happened there, Daniel?
Yeah, she had a crash early on. There you can see her just being pushed to the back of the grid. But yeah, we saw Mukladar, she had a fall, but it was off camera, so we didn't catch it. But they tried to get her back onto track, and she went out for a 1 lap, came back in, and they just couldn't get the bike fixed and back out.
So for all our friends watching, there are going to be 2 things to keep your eye on. One will be the battle at the front. The other will be Mukladar's progress from the back row, because we know what a strong fighter she is. She's going to make the best of this adversity. That is absolutely for sure. There's a bike missing on the grid there on row 3.
Should be
Is that Warit?
Yeah,
it's Warit. Hopefully it's a bike problem and not a rider problem. They have a rider out injured already. Lee Ruiyun injured her wrist and ankle quite badly yesterday. Nothing broken, she will recover. But that's 2 out of the 3 East NJT bikes out. We're going to go down to the grid now with Yulina, who's going to be talking to some of the contenders.
Sorry, aku excited tengok Tete. Aku tak ada. Hello everybody, selamat datang, selamat kembali and welcome back. We are on the grid again this time, but with the AP250s. We saw the Honda Astra Racing boys from Indonesia dominate the first 3 places this morning during the qualifying. So now they are going to get into action. But first, let's have a quick chat with some of the riders and see what's up. One of the riders that I wanted to really talk to was Muklada. She had some issues today in her qualifying because we kind of saw her pit in, pit out, and we're just going to find out now what's going on and how she feels because she was P5 yesterday. Okay. Hi. Sawadee. Hi. I hope you're feeling better, but you were doing really well. You were P5 yesterday. So what happened to you today?
Yeah, morning when at the corner 7, I put the front in the corner bumping is put the loot the front. Yes, I think don't worry. I think they overtake and starting it and overtake on the top group, and I will do my best.
Of course, we hope to see you always do your best. You are one of the stronger female fighters in the 250. So do you think that you'll be able to keep up with all of them in front? Because I know that now you're in P24.
Yeah. Don't worry, starting it, and I think it will be strong. And I put volley hard and the top group. I think the less one. I think the keep top 5 it's okay.
Good. I also hope to see you top 5 because I want to interview you again in P1.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you so much. Good luck. And we're going to have a look at Muhammad Farouzi Torektullah, who was P16 in practice, but managed to get P5 in qualifying today. We'd like to just ask him a couple of questions and see if there was any difference in the because he jumped pretty high there, about 9 places. And we're just getting to him right now at the front of the grid, more from portion, me, my camera guys, and we're gonna do this, okay, in the hot sun, in Sepang circuit. It's scorching hot, you guys, so just keep yourselves hydrated, okay? We are with Farouzi at the moment. Is he ready for an interview? Okay, shy one. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you because you were P16 in qualifying, and then you jumped up really high to P6. So can you tell us, is there any difference that they did to your bike?
Yes, for my back in qualifying, I try to push and from the engine, my mechanic and up the suspension and engine. In the race, I hope better than before round 1 and full gas ball. Bismillah.
Okay, so how do you feel about Sepang? I know that you're now sitting in P5, so you're in front with all of the Honda Astra boys and they're very fast. Do you think that you'll be able to catch up to them?
Yeah, okay, no problem. Never give up for me. I hope the better from my back. And guys, Honda very strong. There's for the power very strong, and this bike is better. And then I hope this race I get to podium. Thank you.
Great. Okay, good luck for today. Okay, guys, we've got 8 minutes left on the clock, but we're just going to talk to one of the Honda Astra racing boys, Ariza Danica now. Nicknamed Silent Boy. He's first up on the grid with these umbrella girls now, one umbrella boy, all right? Hi, Silent Boy, right? Okay, so I saw on the website and it says that your team motto is Satu Hati Meraih Impian, okay, right? Is it Honda S Racing, right? Yes, it is. So you were really consistent during the weekend, and you got P2 in the combined practice results. You got P1 in qualifying. So you are in the lead right now. How do you feel?
Yeah, maybe will be good for start also. But now I just focus for the race, no thinking another, just relax.
So I wanted to ask you another question because I know that all your teammates are with you in the front. So it's all Indonesians in the AP 250 now, and you guys are basically dominating this class. Does that make you feel good?
Yeah,
Because it's
maybe.
all Indonesians in the AP 250.
Yeah,
Good?
in the track we are fighting, but in the outside we are friends. We are talking together.
Okay.
But this is race. Maybe we'll.
Good.
Something.
Okay, so you're gonna try your best now. Okay, they're putting on their gloves now. Just one mechanic, I believe, and still umbrella girls. Okay. Okay, guys, so we're almost done here now, and we're gonna move on next, and we're gonna leave the track as well, so the 250s can start, and then after that, we will kick off the 600 race. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks to you, Lena, for those grid interviews. And as we were saying just before, there's two races to watch out for, the one at the front and Mukladar coming through. There is Veda Ega, just said a prayer. There is Herjan Atner on the outside of the front row. That's quite a long way down for him. But a really fast rider coming into, really coming into form.
Yeah, Arjun's looking really good this weekend. I think with his two teammates at the front there with him, they will be battling it out. But it'll be clean racing between the three of them for sure, and they'll just try to help each other to pull the gap between themselves and the group behind them.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a Astra Honda lockout, but the team is so tight, it's so well disciplined, and it just, I can't see any problems in that team, the way that they manage it, the way the riders cooperate. It's beautifully done.
Yeah.
And they've earned this, but other riders are going to try and mess up that nice pattern. There is confirmation. Reza Danica on pole position. Next to him, the rising star, Vida Ega Pratama. Next to him, Herjan Atner Firdaus. In
row 2, Jakipa Putasan. 5th, Farozito Artikula. And in 6th, Irfan Ardian Shah.
And plenty of quality on row 3. Aiki Iyoshi leads it from Alif Adiamsia. And Warwick, I'm not sure if he's there, but Warwick Tonopakun.
In row 4, we have Irfan Haikal starting in 10th, Tanalang Pliao in 11th, and Idlan Hakimi in 12th.
Washington Tup Timon leads row 5 from Liu Chun Mei and Cao Vietnam.
In row 6, Kevin Samar Quintal, Chihiro Ishii, and Nguyen Duc Tan.
And on row 7, Wayu Nugroho, Mosim Paramban for Honda Racing India, and Ni Tian for Victor Racing in P21.
And in row 8, Leong Nang Se, Moklada Sarapuech, and Lee Rui Yun.
I'm not sure that Lee Rui Yun is on there, but no, I'm sure she's not, and I think that Warwick is probably missing as well.
Yeah, Warwick was the one pit box, apologies, a grid spot that we saw that was open in the top 10.
That's right.
It's a tough weekend for the East NJT racing team.
Yeah, really nice team. I heard you mention earlier on, it's a really well-run, well-put-together, well-resourced team. This is a championship where good private teams can compete at the front. And it's a shame if Warwick hasn't made it, because he's a really good rider, former official Thai Honda rider.
Yeah, he was really fast out in qualifying actually. Even with the crash, he still finished 9th fastest. So our best wishes to him if he's recovering from an injury currently. But yeah, other than that, fantastic ride, and we hope to see him back soon.
Yeah, their sole representative though is a pretty strong rider, another former official Thai Honda rider, Watcher Tup Timon, who's starting from 13th.
Yeah, Watrin is definitely a strong talent, and I think that is Lee Rui Yun at the back there, surprisingly.
Well, she's made of tough stuff then.
Yeah.
I saw pictures of her injuries yesterday from her team manager, and pretty nasty. She was literally black and blue, and skin broken in places. So yeah.
Harder steel then for coming back here on the grid.
Yeah, this is not a sport for the faint-hearted, and Reza Danica, definitely not a faint-hearted rider. 2018 champion indeed for the AP 250. And it looks as like we're just about ready to go with 23, 22, 23 riders on the grid. Yeah, there is a gap there for Warwick.
You can see that Muklada just arriving at the back there, and she's going to be charging from 23rd.
Yep, so watch the front and watch the timing screens until Muklada arrives there. She's predicting a P5. Now the lights are on and we're away. And it's a good start, I think, from Reza, who started to make his way across the track. Let's have a look at the front. Vida Egger got away really well. And Jack Rapat, number 20, got himself amongst the leaders as well. That's it. He's squeezed himself into second as they go into that difficult turn 1. So it's 4 Hondas, but one of them is a Thai Honda, currently in P2, and behind them is Irfan Ardiancia on the manual tech sniper machine.
That was a great move from Jakipat to just muscle his way through. Herjun had a horrid start. Saw him going nearly diagonal when the lights went off, but he's managed to stay on, and he's still there in the top 4.
Yeah.
3 Astra Hondas split by the Honda Racing Thailand rider.
Look at Ferozi having a go at Irfan as well. Good to see if he can put that Yamaha in the mix. He seemed pretty buoyant, didn't he? And that's one of the Bunsu Honda. Both of
them, wow.
Bunsu Honda riders up there. We've been waiting for this to happen. Let's hope it can go through the whole of this race. So we got a little...
Oh, huge crash there at turn 8. Is that Muklada? Looks like the green helmet of Muklada.
I think that could be Muklada. Is that Muklada?
I think that might be Tanat actually. Looked like an 11. Can't be sure yet.
They both got that same green from a sponsor on the helmet, so we can't see yet. We'll soon see.
Yeah, that was Tanat. Oh, it's
Yeah.
a huge crash there, just onto the new tarmac, that is.
Yeah. Which is where Muklada fell this morning. And you were saying Aslan had a moment there as well. Nasty. Hopefully he is okay as a rider goes off on the outside. That's another Honda. It could have been one of the Bunsu Hondas going off there.
Bit of flat track riding going on, but for now we pay our attention to the front, and it's Herjun. He's made his way back up into 3rd, and Ferozi trying to make a move there.
Yeah, Ferozi. This is a really determined ride, and we've got Chirihiro Ishii down for SDG Hark Pro Honda. She had a crash yesterday. Now she's had another one today. Learning experience for the young Japanese rider. Vida Egger not in any way overawed by the company he's keeping now.
This is impressive here. Ifran Haikal from Bunsu Honda has just set the fastest lap time on lap 1. So it's a good charge coming in from the 2 Bunsu Honda riders, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, they were looking good, I thought, in free practice as well. And good to see them showing here on their home track. We know that Bunsu pick riders for a good reason, so it's just been a matter of time, I think, for these 2 young guys to make their presence felt. It is Astra Honda 1, 2, 3 though at the moment.
Finas Reza that leads. Behind him is Vida Ega and Herjanatna. Jakipat not letting go of the front 3, and he's brought Ferozi and Irfan Ardian Shah with him.
Muklada is was 10th last time across the line, 4.4 seconds behind Veda. So she's coming. She said top 5.
Looks like a good possibility that she will make it, because if she can catch up to Aiki Yoshi, who's about 2.5 seconds in front of her, she will be well within touch with this group here.
Yeah, you can see she's the next rider up after this extended group as Ferozi gets out of shape. Going into turn 13, that was, I think.
Turn 9 up into turn 10, yeah. Oh, but it looks like this new resurfaced part of the track has a bit more slip to it, and not uncommon. We do know that newly resurfaced tracks do tend to have a bit of slip and slide in them, and it's really affecting them so far in the race. We've had 2 riders already getting a big warning shot from that part.
Yeah, Jack Rapat getting a little bit out of shape there on the exit. Irfan Ardiancia holding in there, and Irfan Haikal really making his presence felt. Ferozi going up inside, trying to go up inside as they go into turn 15. Good ride this from Ferozi.
The riders from the mid-pack riding very well now. Erjan has just set the fastest lap time for this race at 2:22.7, but it looks like the 3 Astra Hondas are starting to pull a gap. And we just saw Ferozi taking a charge there into 5th, I believe that was.
Yeah, no progress or no more places gained by Muklada. She's 3 seconds. She's made up about 0.8 of a second on that last lap. She's riding on her own. You can just see her at the back on that shot.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall loss for her because everyone in front of her has slipstream. She's the only one that will be riding without it, and she's got the pressure of Watcherin behind her. It's just 0.6 seconds behind.
I think she might be able to catch Hakimi. He's just got a little bit adrift from that group.
Yeah, if Vidlan Hakimi doesn't find his way behind the group in front of him, he will start trailing behind, and that will be an open invitation to Muklada.
There goes Reza Danica holding station. The Astra Honda 1, 2, 3 locked out the grid. At this point in the race, they look like they're intending to lock out the podium, but I don't think this is over yet. We've got Jack Rapat and Irfan behind. Oh, and
beautiful clean move there from Irfan into turn 9.
yeah, we better call him Haikal, I think, because we got 2 Irfans together. But yeah, really good stuff from him. Maybe a breakthrough ride. You see them
Could
sometimes,
be,
don't you? Yeah.
Sometimes it just takes that one phrase of with the good performance, and that's when you find that newfound confidence. And Haikal definitely is one of those riders who has been coming up the ranks in Malaysia. He's a talented young rider under the Honda program, and he's starting to show what he's capable of in this race.
Yeah, Aiki Iyoshi at the back of that group, and you can see that Idlan is a little bit adrift, and he's looking back now at Muklada. Muklada's got company actually. She's got Watcherin, former teammate, not far behind her on that East NJT racing machine. This is interesting, and just behind them, Cal Vietnam, who started this meeting 5th in the championship. He bagged a best ever personal best of P4 in Buriram. This is really interesting, looking at this chasing group. Got Hondas, Kawasaki's, and a Yamaha.
Also, it's a good show from the Moto Sniper Manual Tech team so far. They're well in the top 10, just slightly out of touch of Astra Honda, but it looks like they have improved a bit over the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, Aiki Yoshi is normally good at Sepang. I mean, he's showing well here, but until this weekend, he was the lap record holder. But yeah, Irfan Haikal in the mix there. Jack Rapat making a move on Irfan Ardiancia. We saw fireworks from Irfan, which got him disqualified at the last turn back at the end of March in Thailand. So he's going to need to be a little bit careful. Let's keep the attention of race direction away from him.
Aggressive is Irfan Ardiansha, making sure that Jack Rapat does not get the pass on him there at turn 9. So he's trying and find a way to reach the 3 Astra Hondas, but it's really going to be difficult for that. Already at this point, it's 1.5 seconds ahead they are.
Yeah, it's too much of a scrap and not enough of a collaboration between these guys.
It looks like the Astra Honda riders, they're just cruising. They know they've got the slipstream off each other. They have the pace, so they're just looking very relaxed there at the top 3.
Yeah, Muqtada not able to make much impression. Idlan riding alone. Muqtada trying to get away from those chasing her, but with Watcherin, Cal Vietnam, and Alif Adiamsia, who wildcard rider, but he's been impressive this weekend.
Yeah, he's done really well to put himself against all these fast riders in the AP250 class. Fernandez here for Nykel just getting into a bit of a sandwich there down the straight.
Yeah, we've almost lost what's going on at the front with those 3 riding so smoothly. There's almost a 2-second gap. Back to currently Jakrapat, who's leading the chasing pack. Oh, Jakrapat's got a little bit of air between him and Ferozi. Ferozi's done well to come up to the front of that little group. But I think Jakrapat might be on a mission now to catch these 3 Indonesian rivals.
Yeah, he does have a bit of air between himself and I think that's Aikiyoshi now, who's in 5th. It's quite impressive. Jakrapat starts to reel in the 3 Astra Hondas in front of him.
Yeah, good spot, Daniel. That is Aiki, who's got himself up into 5th, and Irfan Ardiancia, his teammate, has been shuffled to the back. He's behind Irfan.
It looks like these 4-5 riders behind this front group are starting to work together a bit, and just to say that, everyone's taking different lines, trying to get the advantage. There's Idlan Hakimi, who's still 3.5 seconds ahead of Muqtada and co.
Yeah, and look how close this is. It's not giving Muqtada any chance at all to escape. A little bit of pride at stake there from a former official Thai Honda teammate. Watcherin, he'll want to make his point.
Yeah, for Nykel, he's just made a couple of places up. He's now into 5th, right behind Aiki Yoshi. And once again, that's all going to change as they form up into turn 15. Everyone fighting for that slipstream.
Yeah, no drama at the front there. Vida Ega wants to get in there first, but I don't think Herjan's going to have it.
For Nykel just managed to take the front of this group of 5. He goes up into 4th, but now it's a run down to the line, and this is where everything changes once again.
Yeah, Kawasaki power and Honda power is very even, isn't it? Oh, but Ferozi, nice slipstreaming by the Indonesian Yamaha rider, because we know he's at a power disadvantage.
Yeah, he has to rely on the slipstream to get around the front straight, because without it, the Yamahas are just trailing a little bit in top speed-wise.
Yeah, good work by Ferozi and Yamaha Racing Indonesia. It's impressive. Yeah, it was Herjan that got across the line that time. Those 3 keeping things nice and steady.
Yeah, it is really a top job from Yamaha Indonesia and Ferozi, because they're the only factory Yamaha, I believe, in this AP250 class. The other Yamahas are Victor Racing, MLT Yamaha, and it's really just such a good performance from Ferozi right now, all throughout the weekend, because it really looked like the Yamahas were just going to start trailing further and further back, but he's shown that even with what they may say what they're lacking against the Hondas, he's still managing to get decent results and fight up well against the Honda Thailand and the Kawasaki's.
Yeah, and yeah, Jakrapat, he tried to make a break, but he can't. Now he's slipping behind Ferozi. So Ferozi really putting in the work.
Jakrapat just lining up behind Ferozi. Aikiyoshi's just dropped behind Irfan Haikal now.
Further back in that other battle, Watcherin has got the better of Muqtada. So plenty of surprises all the way down the field. Maybe not at the front of it, but
yeah.
but from the second group onwards, there's some really intriguing battles.
Yeah, the front three is as expected. But Vega looking a bit aggressive. He's looking the most hungry of the front three there. And here we go now once again. Irfan behind Jakipat. Irfan Haikal, he needs to find a better exit because every time he's come around turn 15, he just gets swamped before they even get to the start-finish line.
Yeah, he got a good drive out that time around. But yeah, but this is a very decent ride. Really happy to see Irfan Haikal doing what he's done so far. He needs to get to the finish line. There's 2 laps remaining, including this one. Rosie changing direction really quickly, really aggressively now. Don't think he's got the horsepower to break away, but that seems to be on his mind. And looking at these front three, perhaps it's worth reminding ourselves that Reza Danica, having scored that double win in Buriram, and bearing in mind that the rider who ended up 6th in the standings was Warit Tongnapakun, had 16 points. That means that Reza earned himself 500 rev cut, 500 RPM rev cut. So I wonder when we get to who sorts out the first 3 Astra Honda riders, whether that will play a factor. Either because he might want to finish further back so he doesn't get another rev cut.
Could be. We saw how damaging that was to for the charge last season.
For Andy Badley,
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Andy was struggling when we came into Buriram as well, and he just managed to scrap across for the championship.
Yeah, Aiki Yoshi having a good go here. He's just gone ahead of Torikatula. Just checking, yeah, everything in working order at the front. Great job, Astra Honda.
Yeah, it looks like Veda does look like he's going to be the one that might take the victory. It looks like Reza, he's just waiting behind his 2 teammates. Maybe it's as you mentioned, he might just want to let go of the victory for this round, just to avoid that rev cut.
Yeah, his closest rival was Jakrapat. Jakrapat is back in 4th.
Ooh, really wide there from Mohammad Farouzi. And there goes Irfan Haikal at the back of the group of 4. Sorry, group of 5.
Yep, and they are on the coming up to start. They're on the last lap now. There is the gap back to the second group. It's 4 seconds.
Oh,
Muqtada off. Looks like a mechanical breakdown for Muqtada. That's a disappointment.
That is so heartbreaking
for the Thai rider. Without a doubt, one of the best women racers in the world currently. But she's out. Bad day for her with qualifying and a breakdown in the race.
Yeah, that's horrible for her. That's so unfortunate. She came back, wasn't top 10. Well, 10th, 10 between 10th and 11th between her and Watcherin. What a heartbreak that must be for Muqtada. It didn't look like she fell. It looked like a technical issue with the bike.
Absolutely, yeah. Herjan looking pretty businesslike at the front of these 3. And he has got a few RPMs in hand over Reza Danica, who's currently in P2, and Aiki Iyoshi wants to make P4 his own. Normally we might say he could earn a podium if there's a slip up at the front, but that is pretty unlikely. Sniper Manual Tech moving into P5 as well, in the shape of Irfan Ardiancia. Jakrapat coming around the outside of Farouzi. What can the Indonesian do with that Yamaha against the Hondas and Kawasaki's that he's fighting in this group, and that he's fought so well all the way through this race? Choose a line.
I feel like Irfan Haikal and Mohammad Farouzi, they're in the best position now. They're going to get great slipstream into turn 15.
Yeah, that was a brilliant line he took through Irfan then.
There comes the 3 Astra Hondas.
So here we go. Don't expect any drama, folks, here. They'd really know better than that, but the drag to the line is going to be interesting. It does look like Hergen Atner. Yeah, they're keeping station. Hergen, Reza Danica and Vida Ega Pratama. Another podium for the newcomer, and it's Jakrapat who came through in P4. And Ferozi Torakatula, hats off to him for grabbing P5 against Aiki Yoshi and the really strong Irfan Haikal and Irfan Ardiancia. So there you have it. No big drama at the front because it was locked out by Astra Honda. Congratulations to the Indonesian team. That's a phenomenal job by them. They're big rivals with their representative Jakrapat managed to take P4, so good ride from him. He took a P2 in race 2, so he's still going to be in contention for the championship. And let's say the ride of this race for me was Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Congratulations to them, congratulations to Ferozi. Aiki Iyoshi, previous lap record holder until this weekend, came in 6th in that group, and I do suspect that was a breakthrough ride for Irfan Haikal for IDEMITSU FIM Honda. He got himself amongst not the leaders but the next group. It was a really good ride from him. Experience perhaps muscled him down from a possible 4th to 7th, but nevertheless he should be pleased with that. There is your winner, Hergen. Another win for him. We saw him coming through late in the season last year. So let's take a look at the official results. There he is, Hergen Atner Firdaus, fastest all the way through yesterday, and he's converted that into a win today. Reza Danica RN's championship leader, P2. Third, their new teammate, Veda Ega Pratama. Fourth, from Thailand, Thai Honda Jakrapat Pudisan. Fifth, Aiki Iyoshi. Sixth, rider of the day so far, Ferozi Torakatula. Seventh, Irfan Haikal. Eighth, Irfan Ardiancia. In ninth, also for IDEMITSU FIM Honda, Idlan Hakimi. Watcherin Tuptimon, he had a good ride for East NJT Racing. Cao Vietnam in 11th for Honda Racing Vietnam. Wahyu Nugroho came in 12th. 13th, Liu Chun Mei. 14th, Kevin Samar Kintel, and 15th, Ni Tian. 16th, Nguyen Duc Tan. 17th, Mohsin Paramban. 18th, from Hong Kong, Leong Nan Tse. 19th, Lee Ruiyun. She was almost a lap down. Mukladar we saw break down. Alif Adiamsia, also DNF, and Chihiro Ishii, we also saw her crash. Warret and Tanat. Tanat went out very early. Warret, I do believe, didn't start. So plenty of action there, especially in the second group. But another great race, another great performance that Astra Honda can take away from an ARRC. So let's take a look now at Parc Fermé. Very well earned high fives all around. That's your winner, Hergen. And the Astra Honda crew, in fact all the Astra Honda team, they're such a cohesive unit. Can grab a lot of satisfaction from that. That's a fantastic start, couldn't be better for those guys. They locked out the grid and now they've locked out the podium, and group, the chasing group, in other words everybody else in the AP250s, are going to be scratching their heads to see what they can do tomorrow. We're going to go down to the Parc Fermé now. Well, Yulina will be getting together with the winner.
Hello everybody, good day. Fresh off the bat, we just finished the AP 250 race now, and as we forecasted, the Indonesia's Honda Astra Racing boys have dominated the AP 250. I have with me now, okay, the winner for race 1 today on Saturday, Herjun Adna, sorry, Rocket Boy, right? Okay, so how do you feel?
Happy. I'm feel enjoy with my bike, enjoy with the circuit condition. Also, the new asphalt here will be good. And today I just enjoy my race with my teammate and good, happy fighting with my teammate.
Good. I'm also really so happy to see that your entire team is basically on the park for me. How do you feel about that? It's just all Indonesia for the AP 250. How does that make you feel?
I feel happy because Indonesian riders can make good race in Asia, actually AP 250, and then this is like happy, but it is only my teammate. I want more another competitive riders from the other team also fighting.
Okay, good. Congratulations for today. But last question before you go. Do you think you'll be able to do the same thing tomorrow for race 2?
I think I will try, but my teammate is quite strong here also. We try tomorrow and we see what will happen tomorrow.
Okay, it's good competition now between your teammates. Thank you so much. Right, guys. Okay, we are done here for now for the AP 250s. And we're going to go next into the Super Sport 600s in just a few minutes. For now, right back over to you, Barry.
Yelena, thank you. Great interview there with the race winner, Herjun Atner, and here is how it all panned out. Looking there at the back of the grid, there was Mukladar Serapuch, who had a crash that took her out of qualifying this morning. She had to fight her way up from the back. But at the front, early in the race, we saw Jack Ripat challenging, and that was his teammate, Tanat Longpliao from Thai Honda, going out of contention. Now at this point, and there was Chiro Ishii, another early crasher. There was Mukladar making her way through. An aggressive ride early in the race. She found herself on her own a little later on. But here we are with 3 laps to go. This was the group that was chasing the 3 Astra Hondas. At that point being led by Aiki Iyoshi. And among them Irfan Haikal for Bunsu Honda, making a really good race. And another good race from the Yamaha of Ferozi Torikatula, the number 36 there you can see on your screen being chased there, and there is bitter disappointment there for Mukladar. That wouldn't have done her championship chances any good at all. But there, nice and neat, the 3 Astra Hondas at the front. At this point, it is Aiki Iyoshi leading the way from Irfan Ardiancia, his Moto Sniper teammate, followed by Jack Rapat. Ferozi Torikatula getting amongst the Kawasaki's and Hondas impressively. And as these 3 came around for the final time, Herjun stroked his CBR 250 RR to the line, a little wobble just to make sure nobody was near him. And celebrations for Astra Honda, the Indonesian team, dominant at Sepang in Malaysia. That's Vida Ega taking his place. There's Reza Danica clambering onto the second spot, and there is the tall figure of Herjun Atner Firdaus taking the winner's spot on top of the box.
Please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. to invite Mr.
Very
Stefan
accomplished
Makikarpian,
rendition
FIM
of
Asia President,
the
to present
Indonesian national
awards to
anthem
our
there.
winners.
And presenting the prizes
In
will be
third place
Mr.
from the
Stefan
Astra Honda
Karapia,
Racing
the
Team,
FIM Asia
Veda
President,
Ega
all
Pratama.
smiles as he hands the third place trophy to Veda Ega Pratama, another exciting young rider coming
In
through the
second place
Astra Honda
from the Astra Honda
system.
Racing Team, Reza Danica Arends.
Second place to championship leader Reza Danica. I'm no mathematician, but I think he's still going to be sitting on
And
top
your
of
race
the
winner
championship.
from the Astra Honda Racing Team,
And
Herjun
very well
Anna
deserved winner's
Firdaus.
trophy to Herjun Atna Firdaus. And
Now we'd like
best
to
team
invite Mr.
presenter,
Yasuhide Hirai,
and my
the
goodness, the
managing
best
director of
team
IDEMITSU Malaysia, to
prize has
present
been
the team
earned.
award.
That is being presented by Mr. Yasuhide
And the team award
Hirai,
goes
the
to
managing
the
director of
Astra
IDEMITSU
Honda
Lube
Racing
Asia.
Team.
Massive congratulations to them.
Now we'd like to invite
Another
Mr. Stefan Makikarpian
Astra Honda
and Mr.
podium
Yasuhide
lockout.
Hirai to take a photo with our AP250 race winners.
As people take their places for the photos,
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for our AP250 race
trophies and
winners.
helmets held high.
And a big thank you once again to Mr. Stefan Makikarpian and Mr. Yasuhide Hirai for presenting.
Congratulations to them. We've had 3 out of 5 races, and let's just check the championship. Reza Danica now sits atop at 70 points, 27 points ahead of Veda Ega Pratama. Jakripat Pudisan, by virtue of that P4 finish, is in second. Is in third. Fourth, Urjan Hatner. Fifth, Mukladar, despite her DNF. Sixth, Aiki Hiyoshi. Seventh, Cal Vietnam, slipping from 5, and Irfan Heikel coming up into P8 on 25 points. Moving on to, now we're going to take a commercial break, and don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with the Supersport 600. You're watching round 2 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
red light is out, and a fast start there from Chip Nakarin. Powie is only half a second clear of the two behind him, as yes, Helmi Asman goes through to P2. Really immediately fight back and has got himself back into P2. He's got past, but is the switchback going to count against him? No, he's able to hold on. Chip Nakarin has the lead for the first time. Carolyn Powie, 89, takes the inside line. Chip Nakarin is able to hold on. Is he? Chip Nakarin, Carolyn Powie on the inside. Carolyn Powie takes the victory on corner number 12.
Lights go out, we are underway, but Chip Nakarin has got off to a decent start. In fact, but at least he's within striking distance. The Honda 600, CBR 600s, now then through the inside. Nakarin has now got the lead. Corner number 12 will decide the destination of the Supersport 600. Chip Nakarin takes it nice and tight. Carolyn Powie tries to drive through. This time, Nakarin holds on for the victory. Ahead of Carolyn Powie, Minamoto in P3.
Phenomenal racing back at the end of March there at Buriram in Thailand. And Karel Idampawi and Nakarin Atirapuvapat swapping P1 and P2 in consecutive races to jointly lead the championship, 45 points apiece as they come into round 2. However, Nakarin in practice and qualifying has not been as close as he could have been to Karel Idampawi. And if we take a look at what happened in qualifying this morning, you can see exactly what I was talking about. Karel Idampawi took a very early lead on the timing screens, and he was chased through most of that by his two teammates, Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar. We saw a problem for Helmi then.
Yeah, I think the tires actually lasted less than I think they expected it to, because that was on lap 3 of the qualifying hot laps. And we saw in the third lap itself, everyone started struggling. I think the heat was just too much for the tires. And Helmi clearly animated with how he felt about it.
Yeah, and Panasonic Kawson T looked good earlier in the session, but faded to P10. Azroy and Helmi looked good all the way through. That's Azroy just going past Kip. But as we got to the business end of qualifying, the riders behind at least started to shake out the order. At this point, Panasonic was in 4th. Adinanta Putra, Klaas Rookie was in 5th. There you can see Chip Nakarin on the red bike, 41 with the green helmet. Try as he might, he was not getting too close at this point to the times being set by the 3 Bunsu Hondas.
The impressive thing about Helmi is he lapped faster on the normal compounds rather than the qualifying compounds. And that was the lap that he managed to take second. And Nakarin did come close, but just not close enough to knock anyone off the top 3.
Yeah, surprised there was Ratapong Willerop, because he had a miserable day yesterday.
Yeah.
Not competitive at all, but he came through to P4, the best of the rest, because it was a Bunsu lockout. That was qualifying. And now we're getting ready for race 1. So riders gather, 14 starters this afternoon. And Karel Idampawi was dominant. How do these on 600? What do you need to watch out for at Sepang, Daniel?
Yeah, definitely the tricky parts would be turn 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10, 11. We will see, especially like Helmi, he would like to let the tail slide out a lot, because it is a very slippery part of the track with the 600s. You're just hanging on the gas, the tires are just spinning around, and it's tricky parts, but riders like Helmi and Kip, they just love to let it just loose on the rear and just hook it all the way around.
Yeah, and Nakarin's got his work cut out, starting from the second row. The grid's gathering there. There is. He's a well-earned nickname, we can say now, Super Kip, after a frustrating 2022. He's dominant this season. And so we're going to go down to the grid with Yulina now.
Hello everybody, selamat tengah hari and good afternoon. Scorching hot right here in Sepang F1 International Circuit on a Saturday. We are here now on the grid with the Supersport 600 guys. Now, the Supersport 600 is dominated by the Malaysian boys of the Bunsio Honda Racing. Let's have a chat with one of them, Helmi Azman. Right. So Helmi Azman, you were consistent all weekend, P3 in combined practice and P2 in qualifying. All of your teammates are with you now. So will you be fighting each other?
Yes, of course. For this weekend, we look with three teammates. We are what we call we are also strong. So maybe this race also we fight together, and I try to give the best, and we will see the race one.
I know that this is only race 1 for you, but how about race 2 tomorrow? Do you think you'll also be playing with your teammates in the front?
Yes, for sure. Maybe some rider also can follow for race 2, but we don't know the race, so we will see how the race in the Asian.
Good. So semangat impian. That is the stuff that's written on their suit right now. And at this moment, we will move off to Ratapong Wilai Road from Thailand, P4. They're just getting a photo op session now. Few questions to ask him. He was P10 in combined practice results, improved and went up to P4 in qualifying. So you didn't have such good results in Buriram. Do you think you will be able to chase all these Bunsio Honda guys in front?
For me today, just focus on the start and we just keep lap by lap to make a consistent and catch up in the front group. So I will try my best and we will see.
Very good. How do you feel about your bike today? Can you tell us a little bit about the settings that you've had for the weekend?
Yeah, for sure. The weekend is very difficult for me to have setting the bike, but now we get more information to set the bike and step by step. Now the bike more comfortable for me to riding, so I think we can fight for the top group.
Okay, good. Okay, good luck. All right. Okay, and next we move on to P9. Minamoto-san, he was P6 in combined practice results. All of yesterday, pretty great, but then dropped down to P9 in qualifying. So he's third in the championship standing now. Getting his eye drops in there. Okay. Hello, Minamoto-san. What is your target for this weekend?
Yes, so difficult, so because Moto2 is so different, so this bike and I don't know how to ride. But yes, maybe this time setting many change, a lot change from qualify, maybe better. So maybe we can good race and maybe aiming to podium.
Okay, good. I hope you go for podium too. It's only race 1 today. There's also race 2 tomorrow. Do you think that you'll be able to handle it in the heat? Because I know that the weather in Japan is not the same as in Malaysia.
Very difficult, ne? But yes, only pushing, ne? Don't worry.
Okay. Okay, cool. So good luck. Okay, mite kurete arigatou na. And we will end it right here because the guys are about to start. They just blew the horn right here. Right back to you in the studio, Barry. And they kick off the race.
Thanks, Yulina. And Daniel and I were sitting here smiling through Soichiro Minamoto's interview. I mean, that is how they breed them in Japan. They breed them tough. He will just go for it. Already a podium this season. There is Super Kip, Karol Idampawi, sitting, it seems, inevitably on pole position.
Yeah, Kip really looking like his old self again, smashing the lap record this morning in qualifying, and really he's a force to be reckoned with this time round. And I think he's, if he can keep on this consistent performance, he's got this championship in his bag. So what a ride it has been from Kip so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And camera moves around to Azroy. Disappointing round 1 for Azroy. He's a superb competitor, superb rider. he's going to be looking to make up some ground today for sure. And there is Nakarina Tirapuvapat, starting at a disadvantage behind those IDEMITSU Hondas. Joint championship leader to start, but he's going to really have his work cut out. Moving outside there, we've got Kito Abe, 2 P4s in Buriram, so he's very much in contention, and a rider on the up in this championship.
And the fastest Yamaha previously before Ratapong has come into this run into 4th.
True. And here's Adananta Putra, class rookie, but pretty decent performance from him so far this weekend. From the great production line, and I'm enjoying watching Fifam run. I think he's making progress too. Obviously, he knows his way around Sepang, but it's a different route on a super sport to an underbone.
Yeah, he's definitely improving. He's getting the hang of the super sport riding, and yeah, he's not too far back there. He's in 8th.
Yeah, and there is Soichiro Minimamoto looking a little bit tidier. Now he's got that mop covered up.
Yeah, he's coming back after a good podium finish in race 2 in Buriram. So he'll be having his head high, and as he said, just push, no worries.
Yeah, and there's Gary Salim on the Astra Honda with the green helmet and the orange chin piece. He was in Superbikes. What do you make of his prospects, Daniel?
Yeah, he looked okay in Buriram, but this time around in Sepang, he's trailing a bit. I mean, time-wise, he's not too far behind the top 8, but he does need to find a little bit something extra to really catch the ones in front of him.
Yeah, and this rider, Panasorn, I think he should have been higher. Honda Racing Thailand. And there's another favourite, Galanghendra Pratama on the Yamaha. What do you make of the Yamahas versus the Hondas?
Yeah, the Yamahas just seem to be lacking something. I can't tell what it is, but I know that what Honda did in the past few years was improve the top speed. And they do have that extra winglet at the front now on the CBR 600s. So whether those are the changes that were made that really made Honda the dominant force, could be, but the Yamahas are just trailing now because Galang is such a talented rider. We've seen him in World Superbikes and World Super Sports. He's brilliant, so definitely would love to see more from him.
Yeah, as they set off on their warm-up lap, but really good point. I think that the Yamaha was the bike of choice. Here is the grid, pole position, Karel Idampawi. Next to him, Helmi Asman, who narrowly missed the championship last year. Third on the grid, Azroy Hakim Anwar.
In row 2, it's Ratapang Willarod leading them, Nakarin in 5th, Kato Abe in 6th.
And moving to row 3, that's led by Adananta Putra for Astra Honda. Ahmad Afif Amran next to him for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. A man on the move, Soichiro Minimamoto. He's going to be a threat in this race.
In row 4 is Panason Kausonthi, Galanghendra and Gary Salim.
And completing the grid is class rookie and AP250 champion Andy Mohamed Fadli, and from China, and for Victor Racing, Sharjun Tong. Good to have a Chinese rider coming into this class. As the 14 riders that make up this field make their way around Sepang circuit. Still steady weather, still hot, no clouds gathering. Forecast was good for this weekend, but we know how unpredictable it can be.
I just want to give a shout out to Sharjun Tong and the work that Victor Racing have put in. To be less than 2 seconds away from a factory Yamaha rider in the likes of Andy Mohamed Fadli, it's not too shabby at all. Even though they're down in 14th, they've done good work so far this season.
Yeah, not so much practice. Sharjun Tong, his practice options are limited to doing track days at Zhuhai, where we'll be incidentally in October for round 2, 3, 5. But yeah, great to have Chinese representation on this grid.
For now, the sun is just really blazing out on track now.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, Daniel, the track temperature must be 55, 60, and at this time of day, it's not going to be cooling off yet, is it?
Yeah, not likely at all.
Yeah, it's Helmy seeking some shade just on the right of the track there.
Good tactic there from Helmy early on.
Yeah, just really slow. Stay in the shade. Keep cool.
Yeah, that's a great shot. You can see the elevation difference between the front straight and around turn 4 and 5.
Right, that is one of the great things about this circuit, is you do have elevation changes. I think we're riding with Kip now through to pole position. That's what it looks like. The run down to turn 1. What will the Malaysian former GP rider make of this, as they're being held at the start? Everything's in order. Man with the red flag clears. Safety car comes into position. The lights come on. The lights go out, and let's see, that looked like a blistering start from Karol Idampawi, with Helmy tucking in behind him. Not so good for Azroy. He's got himself in a bit of a fight.
Well, Nakarin had a rapid start off the line, but then he just started fading away as they entered turn 1. But look at Kip, he's just starting to pull away now already. He wants to run away with it.
Yeah, he's got his 2 teammates behind him.
Soichiro Minamimoto has just gone up into 6th place already. Apologies, that's 4th. 4th or 5th, yeah.
4th place from 7th, yeah.
Apologies, that's 5th place for Soichiro, but nevertheless, a really good start from him.
Yeah, we know he can be a threat. It was always great to see him as a wild card, and it's really good to have him as a regular rider now, without the expectation that a wild card, or the pressure that a wild card holds. So that is Adananta in P4. That was a good getaway from him.
Yeah, if he can latch himself behind the 3 Bunsu Hondas, he can just really follow their pace, follow their lines, and save a bit of tire, and actually learn a thing or two being the rookie in this category.
Yeah, and let's have a look to see where Ratapong Willarot is, the Thai Yamaha rider. He started from 4th on the grid, but hasn't made his presence felt yet. I think he's a long way back. That's a disappointing start for the 2018 Supersport champion, Ratapong. But good early work from Adananta, and Chip Nakarin hounding him from P5. And Soichiro Minamoto just behind him, and Afif Amran staying with the more experienced in this class, Soichiro.
Adananta, he bites back there at turn 15, and he's trying to latch himself behind the 3 Bunsu Hondas. It's a great start from Afif as well, who's really starting to find rhythm in this category.
There's a 3/10 advantage for Kip as he crossed the line. I suspect it's a little less now as we reach turn 1, and Galan Hendra is out. I can't see which turn that is, Daniel.
Turn 15, yeah. So what a horror story it has been for Galahendra so far this season.
So disappointing. You really want to see a rider of this quality doing better than that and putting that Yamaha amongst the Hondas.
So that's 2 DNFs now for Galahendra in 3 races. Really not the best start to the season, so we hope to see more from him tomorrow and throughout the rest of the season. But for now, it's Karol Idampawi who leads at the front.
Yeah, Helmy holding on. Kip trying to get away. Sorry, Azroy holding on. He's moved into 2nd. That's Helmy with a big yellow 32 in P3 at the moment. But they won't let Kip to get away.
Yeah, I remember talking to Azroy in last round in Buriram, and I asked him about Kip's pace, and he said the problem with Kip is you can't catch up with him. Once he's in the rhythm, it's just hard for them to keep up. And he said usually Kip only has a pace in qualifying, but struggles in race day. But Kip has clearly fixed that.
Yeah, that used to be the story, but Kip has turned it into a myth now.
Yeah.
Incredible to look at his form. As Nakarin is getting a little tied up in a battle with Minamoto for P4, which is not where he wants to be, but looking at the form in practice and qualifying, it's about consistent with what we've seen so far. Ooh, right off for Soichiro and the rider behind him, Afif, I think.
Yeah, Ratapong is all the way down in 10th when he crossed the line last lap. So he went down 6 positions. Really tough start there for Ratapong.
Yeah, Gary Salim also down there. So you can hear those 600 screaming past our commentary position. The 4 bikes behind the front 3, having a good go at it as they get into this first sector. Helmy back a little bit.
Helmy
maybe, sorry Daniel, maybe Chip pushing to catch up a little bit.
It did look like Helmy's losing pace a bit there on that lap, and yeah, Nakarin definitely well on it. Look at the lap times, however, Nakarin is slower by a few tenths.
Fastest lap so far for Azroy Hakim Anouar. All the first 6, including Afif Amram, in the 2:10s. So good pace.
Yeah, Kip for now, he just looks comfortable there in the lead. I don't think he's really pushing yet. They're probably going to conserve the tires for the last half of the race. Currently the gap between Helmy Azman and Chit Nakarin on the last lap was 1 second. So we'll see how that changes when they come across the line this time.
Yeah, Kito Abe a long way back. That's worth noting. Andy Fadley also, we know it's going to take a little time for him to acclimatise to the Supersport 600s, but maybe back a little further than we'd expect. He's doing 2:12.4s. That's a pace of 2 seconds slower than the leaders.
I'll say one thing about Andy Fadley though, he's really resonating Andy Farid energy in the jump up to 600s. He just looks so happy and excited all throughout last round. And yeah, he's going to have to make a few strides, but definitely it will be a learning season for Andy Mohamed Fadley.
Yeah, I've been shouting for him to get into 600 since 2019. I'm really pleased to see him there, and I'm just looking forward to seeing him progress and become a contender, because we know what an exciting rider he is and what a talented rider he is. Mentally strong too. Everything you need to be a champion.
And for now, it's still the 3 Bunsu Hondas, and looking at the gap, yeah, they've pulled the gap a bit between them, the 3 of them, and Chip Nakarin in 4th. Soichiro is still putting on the pressure on Nakarin.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a deja vu from the AP 250 race, we have to say at this point, with riders from three riders from one team scampering away, and the rest battling it out behind them. That battle is being led by Nakarina Tirapuvapat, along with Kip at the front, former Moto3 racer. So there's lots of talent, lots of depth of talent here. And some good riders coming through as well. Panason, Abe, Andy Fadley we were talking about.
You can see that the front here, the 3 Bunsu Hondas, it really looks like synchronized diving. They're just riding the same pace, just going together all the way around. No one's really attacking, everyone's just controlling themselves. They know they have the extra bit of pace in comparison to the riders behind them. So they're just controlling the race at this point.
Yeah, where do you think the advantage is, Daniel?
It just seems, well, Hondas have been famously known for the way they handle the corners and the power delivery, and I think it just allows them to get on the gas just that slightly bit earlier, and they just start pulling the advantage. You can see down the straight, so Yamaha isn't lacking too much at all. You can see Soichiro, he's able to stick with Chip Nakarin. So I really feel it's on the corners and the exits.
Yeah, and yet Nakarin, we know his quality. He's not able to get on terms with the 3 Hondas in front of him.
Soichiro there, yeah, trying to get that slipstream pass. Oh, Azra has come across Karo Idampawi actually down on this lap.
Soichiro going past Nakarin. They slither into turn 1. Adananta 6. Decent ride as well from a FIFAM Ran.
Soichiro might have just played a good tactic, whether he was just trying to pressure Chip into making a mistake on the last few laps and just making him use a bit more tire. Because Soichiro, he looked like he was just sitting behind there. So if he now has that extra bit of grip, he can try and start to reel in the 3 Bunsu Hondas, but Nakarin's not going to just let him run away with that.
He's definitely not, is he? His body language on the bike, Nakarin really aggressive. Soichiro does think he can break away, but I don't think he will. Adananta Putra and a FIFAM Ran behind them doing a good job as newcomers to Supersport 600.
The two of them, the two young riders, doing really great keeping up with these guys. There you go, Soichiro still holding off the charge from Nakarin. It's really hard to call it at this point because it could be that Soichiro and Nakarin are just trying to conserve a bit and wait until the end, but the Bunsu Honda riders could be doing the exact same. It's really tough to call at this point.
So we have a couple of Yamahas in the mix, which is always good. And yeah, Soichiro making his way out of turn 14 nicely. Let's see if there's any shuffle of the order at the front between the 3 Bunsu Honda riders. Nakarin tries to go inside.
Soichiro is riding quite well.
Yeah, but that was a nice line. Soichiro took through there, nice and calm. No drama from Chip either, we have to say. Chip Nakarin.
Yeah, I think this move of Azroy leading the 3 Bunsu Hondas is a tactical move because so far Azroy has been the faster rider of the 3. So perhaps they just want to get a little bit of toe from Azroy to pull a gap between themselves and Soichiro and co.
Yeah, he would make a good paceman, wouldn't he, Azroy?
Definitely.
You know how fast he is.
He's fast, he's calm, he's consistent, and if you see the way he rides, he's not an aggressive rider, he's just smooth. He's so composed, so in control of the bike.
Yeah, always good to watch. It was a rare off that he had in Buriram. I can't remember the last time I saw him crash. Yeah, looking aggressive on the bike, Soichiro Minamoto. Style quite reminiscent of fellow Japanese that we'll be seeing a little later this afternoon, Haruki Noguchi. Crouching off the bike.
Oh dear, that's Afif, I believe.
Is Afif, yeah.
Oh.
Afif down, that's really disappointing for him. It was such a good show. He's got faster and faster this weekend.
Yeah.
Disappointing to see that, but that's racing. Now there are 3 battling for P4.
Soichiro really looking on Song now. He is starting to push it. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Chip Nakarin. Granted, not a huge gap, but he is starting to pull away slightly, and that's not an easy task on the Yamaha. He's doing really good now.
Absolutely. I think Astra Honda are going to be pleased with the performance of their newcomer to the class, Adananta Putra.
Astra Honda really needed someone to fill the large shoes left by Andy Farad, and Adananta looks like that rider to be. He's starting to really look good in this class. It's only the 2nd round, and he's already well in the fight.
Yeah, looking at these 3 Bunsu Honda riders, Helmi looked as though he had something in hand as they went into turn 15.
I was just trying to check whether or not Soichiro had closed the gap, but the gap is actually extended now to 4.2 seconds. It was 3.8, if I'm not mistaken, on the last lap. So the Bunsu Honda's just untouchable at this point.
It's a tactic, as you say, Daniel. Azroy acting as the pace man. Helmi looks as though he's got a bit of extra pace, or he did towards the end of that previous lap. Tyrewell will be becoming a factor at this point, of course.
The consistency that the 3 Bunsu Honda has, the 3 Bunsu Honda riders have, is amazing. They've been lapping the mid 2-minute 10s for the last 4 laps. The last 4 laps have been 2-minute 10.5, 2-minute 10.6, 2-minute 10.6, 2-minute 10.6. It's absolutely ridiculous how consistent they are.
Yeah, Soichiro and Nakarin just a tenth or so off that pace, but therefore not able to make any impression.
Soichiro, he's looking good there, but I think he will be under pressure now from Nakarin. We know Nakarin, and he will attack in the next few laps. And here comes, speaking of attack, here comes Helmi onto Kare Nampawi, as you mentioned. He seems to have that extra pace, and I think he's trying to hunt for the victory now.
Yeah, he was terrific season from him last year. It did look like he was heading for the championship at one stage until Andy Farid had other ideas and just snatched it from him.
I remember how you mentioned that he buried the myth of him not having a Sunday pace. Kip is starting to struggle on this lap. He is dropping like a stone now, and I'm wondering whether he just made a slight error somewhere on the exit, because Helmi and Azra are starting to run away from Kip now.
Yeah, just looking at the last lap time. Yeah, Kip's pace is off now. That will make it interesting.
He's going to have to push to close the gap, and that's going to be worrying grip-wise for him.
Yeah, he's half a second off Helmi as they cross the line. They do bunch up as they go into turn one. Chip Nakarin's got the better of Soichiro Minamoto. You were right about that as well, Daniel.
Oh, brilliant shot there.
Yeah.
Ooh, a bit of a twitch there for Nakarin into turn two. That's a very scary part to lose the front. So he's going to have a bit of a warning sign there. So that could be a sign of the grip levels reducing now as we enter in the last 3 laps.
Nakarin always seems quite okay with the bike moving around as he does it again, slides it into that right-hander. Soichiro very close to him.
Looks like Nakarin ran a bit wide there and allowed Soichiro just to close the gap ever so slightly. Speaking of closing gaps, Kare Nampawi, he started to creep back onto his front 2 teammates there.
Yeah, Helmi having a look. I do think you're right. I do think Helmi fancies this.
Oh, there we go, into turn 9. Beautiful move there from Helmi Asman on his teammate Azra Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, clean as you like. No way through for Azroy.
I think Helmi, he just sat behind and he used the least of his tire throughout the race. He's just sitting behind the likes of Azra and Kip. Now he might have that extra grip he needs to take this race victory.
Yeah, clever ride by Helmi. He's another rider that we've seen progress over the seasons, you know, maybe over the past 5 seasons. I know let's say 3 because we missed 2.
Yeah.
But there he is at the front of this very distinguished pack.
Ooh, Azra is trying to pull it back from Helmi. He takes the inside line on turn 15 and it's beautiful, but he runs wide. Helmi sits right up under him.
And parks his bike right in front of Azroy as well. So a little rehearsal. There'll be 2 more laps after they complete this one. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the final lap. Oh, 2 laps. I was right. The timekeepers just twitched for a moment.
But yeah, for now, there's Helmi, aggressive as he always is. He's going to find... Oh, dear. Near to contact between himself and Azra. I wonder what happened to Azra right there. Because he suddenly just got dropped.
That wasn't in the plan, that's for sure.
I'm sure the team is watching and they have their heart in their throats right now.
Yeah, these 3 riders are not the kind who are going to get themselves in too much of a tangle. They're 5 seconds ahead of Nakarin. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so Helmi went in. He had great corner speed going to turn 1, but what happened to Azra here on the left of the screen? We can't really see, but I think Azra ran wide. Helmi had the better speed and did not see Helmi coming through.
Yeah, tried to get back on the line, didn't he? But the net result is that Helmi is at the front now, with Azroy and Karel Idampawi behind him.
Yeah, it did help Kip to come back into the front 3 here. I think Kip's definitely going to have a go as well. Oh, shatter from the front there for Azra as he tries to attack on Helmi side by side. Does he have the line going up? He does.
He does, yeah.
So now we're on board with Kip behind the 2 Boonsi Honda riders in front of him, his teammates.
Finally, we get a good vantage point for the onboard camera.
Yeah, but this is starting to get interesting here as they come close there through turn 12, 13, and now into 14. It's a proper battle between these three teammates.
Yeah, this has spiced up a lot. We haven't looked at the battle behind for a while. It's 5 seconds behind, just coming into view now. It does look as though Chip Nakarin has got clear. He got a lot of P4s last season. Asroy.
Oh, Kip is...
Yeah, Helmi looking for that inside line, but it's not available.
Kip there just testing that outside line to get a bit extra top speed. He's gapped himself a bit between him and Helmi now. So Asroy leads between the three teammates. Helmi gets a slipstream. He's going to try and make this move into turn 1, and he cannot make it stick. Asroy just too good on the brakes, but once again at turn 1, shutting the door on Asroy.
We promise you these guys really are friends. But now, look at this battle. And Kip's going through into P1 in the early stages of the final lap. Is this Super Kip reasserting himself, dispelling the myth?
What a battle this is already between these three teammates.
He's just been sandwiched by Asroy and Helmi Asman. This is wonderful stuff.
This is proper racing.
Grins all round, assuming they all get to the line on upright. So yeah, this is wonderful stuff. You don't normally expect this amount of spice in a battle between three teammates, but we've got it now. Kip is out the front in the championship. Helmi, here he comes.
Hard
nicely in. Asroy trying the outside to grab the line for the next turn, and he's done it. He's done it, and Kip has gone through too.
Oh, and he's nearly got the lead there. Oh, just misses out. So he's propped up behind us right now. This battle is not over. They still have turn 14 and 15. Those are 2 overtaking opportunities. And what a race this has become.
Asroy leads them through. Kip's behind. Helmi in 3, but there's nothing to choose between them as they go through turn 14. Little advantage for Asroy on the exit. Nobody's fanning out. All in line. Slipstream. Is this a disadvantage for Asroy? Kip goes to the outside. Helmi tries to go inside as Asroy runs wide. Helmi, what a great line from him through there. Is he going to get the drag to the line? No, Asroy's got it. Asroy's got it from Kip, and Helmi ends up in P3. What a race between those three teammates. That was phenomenal. There's going to be some brow wiping in the Boonsi Honda pit now. What a race. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That was a wonderful competition.
My oh my, that was beautiful to watch. And what a finish, 0.002 seconds between Helmi and Paui there. My oh my.
Yeah, less than a 1/10 of a second between those three riders. What a race. We thought it might be a bit of a procession, but my goodness, we were wrong. Unbelievable. What a race from these guys. Asroy can be more than happy with that. That was a brilliant ride from him. Be good to see a replay of that in a few minutes. For P4, Nakarin comfortably held off Soichiro Minamoto for Gen Blue Yamaha. And I have to say, a good ride for Adinanta Putra into P6 against much more experienced competition. Kita Abe came in 7th, and Raspon Wilrot ended up 13.3 seconds adrift. So he didn't put that race together that we were hoping for and he was hoping for. But there is your winner, Asroy Hakim Anwar. Boonsi Honda lock out the podium, but not in a bad way, not in a boring way. Let's take another look at that finish. Asroy with the advantage here. Bar to bar for Kip and Helmi. As we slow it down, let's see what a thousandth of a second looks like. Clear win for ARRC, but look at the photo finish between Kip and Helmi. 0.02 of a second. You've seen what it looks like at speed. There will be smiles all round in the podium. Perhaps a rueful smile from Helmi Asman. As ARRC takes the plaudits from the track marshals. Lofts a wheelie as Gary Salim went through. Here are the results. ARRC Hakim Anwar, wonderful victory for him in a fantastic battle with his two teammates. Karolidin Pawi second, Helmi Asman third. Nakarina Tirapovapat, best of the rest for Honda Racing Thailand. He won from Soichiro Minamoto and Adinanta Putra. Good ride from the Astra Honda newcomer. Kito Abe was 7th and Ratapong Willarot was in P8. P9, Panasonic Kauson T for Honda Racing Thailand. Andy Mohammed Fadli came through to 10th. Gary Salim 11th. Shajun Chong, the Chinese rider for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha, in 12th. A FIFA run crashed and Galang Hendra also didn't finish. Commiserations to them. Tomorrow's another day for race 2. And let's get to Parc Fermé and see the celebrations there. ARRC, a delighted ARRC. He had a disappointing round 1, but he's made up for it. In round 1, his best result was 5th in race 2. Into round 2 at his home circuit, and he's got himself a win. Ahead of championship leader Kip and Helmi Asman. The quality in this Bunsu Honda garage is just phenomenal. Helmi takes a drink there. He's earned that, even though he came out 3rd. Plenty of banter between these guys. But congratulations to them. Congratulations to the storied Bunsu Honda team. Hugs all round. Very well deserved. All 3 popular guys in the paddock. Great riders. Great guys. There we are. Here's the photo. You've got a podium lockout. You want to capture it. And there it is. Look at that grin from ARRC. That's it. Wonderful stuff. And big smile, medium smile from Helmi. Kip takes the congratulations. And we're going to go down to Yulina in Parc Fermé.
All right, everybody, and there it was. We just finished the Super Sport 600. What a battle that was by the Bunsu Honda Racing boys. They really crushed it this time. And I have with me ARRC Hakim this time. ARRC, you've always been a very calm rider. So can you tell us a little bit about the small little battle that you had with your teammates right there just now?
Incredible battle. What I can say is Shukr Alhamdulillah. Thanks to my team for the great setup for the race. And for this race, our target is to get together podium. So in the start, I just give Pawi to make a great pace to make a gap for podium battle. Then I saw in the 6th lap or 4th lap, I saw already 3rd place, and for the 4th place, very big gap. So I start to attack Kip, and then in the last 2 laps and final lap, very intense battle with Helmi and also Kip. I just close my eyes then go. And in the final corner, I maybe today is my day. So shukr Alhamdulillah. So tomorrow we will give our best.
Good. I don't need to ask any more questions. You answered everything. Congratulations for today. And that's Azroy Hakim with me. He aced the Super Sport 600. We're going to have the ASB 1000s, last one for the day at 3:50. But for now, I'll pass the microphone back to you over in the studio, Barry.
Yulina, thank you. Let's just have another look at what turned out to be an incredible battle between three teammates. It was Karol Idampawi that led away. Disappointing start for Galang Hendra. His race ended very early. And Afifam ran a few laps later. And then we come with 4 laps to go. Tyre wear's becoming a factor in the battle for P4. Nakarin was just starting to get an advantage. The flames spit out of the back of that CBR 600 RR at Soichiro Minimomoto as he pulled the gap out there. But this battle at the front between 3 teammates, this really had some vim and vigor in it, and vinegar, as they started the penultimate lap. Helmi led them into that. Kip was chasing at this point. He did fall away a little bit a few laps previously, but got himself back in contention, so that there was just nothing to choose between them on the final lap, and some very aggressive moves. These riders do understand each other really well. As here they go, Helmi running a little bit wide there, and both Kip and Azroy getting up the inside of him, but he came straight back at them. Kip getting the advantage, then back to Azroy, who did look slightly quicker for a lot of the race. And as they came up to turn 15, Azroy got a really clean entry. It looked as though Helmi was going to try to block him from the inside, but it wasn't to be. Azroy had time to look behind him. He knew he'd got the drive, but the gap between Kip and Helmi was just 0.02 of a second. And here we go to the podium for the Supersport 600.
In second place from Malaysia, Karol
There is
Idampawi.
Helmi Azman. Smile from him. There's normally a smile from him. That isn't the biggest smile I've ever seen. But here is Kip mounting the podium. He'll be happy with the second place. His third podium of the season. 1P1, 2P2s. And there is our winner,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Azroy
please
Hakim
rise for the
Anwar.
national anthem of Malaysia.
Here is the national anthem.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto, the Managing Director of IDEMITSU
And now
FIM
for
Asia
the
Pacific,
presentation
to
to the podium winners will be by Mr. Masanori
In
Enomoto,
third place
the Managing
from the
Director of
Boots Racing
IDEMITSU
Team,
Lube
Muhammad
Asia
Helmi
Pacific.
Azman.
Third place trophy to Mohammed Helmi Azman.
In second place from the Boots
Now
Racing Team,
for
Karol
Karol
Idampawi.
Idampawi takes his second place trophy of the season.
And your race winner from the IDEMITSU Honda Racing Team.
But it was Azroy Hakim Anwar who took the victory as he lofts that trophy high with a big grin.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Makikarpiat, the FIM Asia President,
And the
to
team
present the
award will be given by Mr. Stefan Karapiat, the FIM Asia President.
The IDEMITSU Honda Racing Team.
And IDEMITSU Honda, they've certainly earned that team award. There's nobody else on the podium.
I'd like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto and Mr. Stefan Makikarpiat to take a photo with our Super Sports 600 race winners.
Photo time, and as we said earlier, when you do get a 1, 2, 3, you need to capture it nicely for posterity. Helmets held high, trophies held high. That's it, that picture's going to beam its way around the world any second now. And let's take a look to see what that has done to the championship standings. Unsurprisingly, Karol Idampawi is on 65 points. He's our leader. Nakarina Tirapuvapat is on 58, 7 points behind. Helmi Asman had jumped down to 26 points from the leader to him. Soichiro Minimamoto, P4, he's on 37. Azroy Hakim Anwar recovering from that bad start to the season, now on 36. Keito Abe, disappointing outing for him today perhaps. He's on 35 and 6. 7th, Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda. And 8th, Ratapong Wilrot for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. We're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back and ready for the heavy metal. The ASB 1000s will be for the final race of the day. You're watching the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, live from Sepang.
It's the Superbikes 1000cc. The big boys light it out. The start is strong from Reiterberger, and the rookies switchback takes the lead. Aslan Shah up into P4 ahead of Andy Farid. Expected to be able to toppers. Aslan Shah is back. Can the switchback from Noguchi work? The answer is yes. Gold on the inside. He's performed that manoeuvre in last corner. But Haruki Noguchi is going to get this perfectly right. Haruki Noguchi come to take the first race of the season from Aslan Zakwan, Reiterberger and Andy Farid.
Red lights go out and race number 2 is go. Aslan Shah to come through into P3 temporarily because he knows that he can hold on, but Andy Farid laps here. Oh, Reiterberger's made another mistake. What speed there is there. Zakwan goes in through ahead of Aslan. This is crazy stuff. Andy Farid looking for a debut win on the Superbike. Now then it all comes down to this. Noguchi wants the inside line. Noguchi takes the inside line, leaves the braking lane. Noguchi's there. Now Zakwan, can he come through? No. Haruki Noguchi. That is brilliantly done. Zakwan P2 ahead of Aslan and Andy Farid. But what a masterstroke of a last corner that was from Haruki Noguchi.
That was indeed a phenomenal couple of battles we enjoyed in Buriram just a few weeks back. And the big bikes now are here at Sepang. Daniel, what are the issues for the thousands here?
Yeah, thousands for them is just really trying to get on the gas around the circuit because it can get really twitchy. Same sectors as well, 5, 6, turn 10. Getting on the gas on these 1000cc machines is sketchy at times. But with modern day technology that has improved, and it's the riders have been able to be more in control of it. But yeah, still we're going to expect plenty of sliding around from the rear tire.
Yeah, so just before we go to the grid, let's just address the elephant in the room, which is a German elephant who seems to have a huge advantage over everybody else.
Yeah, it's...
What do you make of that?
Yeah, he's just been in a class of his own. And he mentioned in an interview after the qualifying that he thought he could break the lap record, and if it wasn't for Zakwan getting in the way, he felt he could have done it. And I honestly said it as well. He was going to break the lap record, but it wasn't to be this time round.
Yeah, and we're just looking at qualifying now, and there is Markus Reiterberger on the 1XOX TKKR BMW, number 28. We've become accustomed to seeing him. We first saw him at Sepang during 2020, the one and only race we had. There is Zakwan, followed by Kazma Daniel. Kazma seemed to be coming back to form in this qualifying session after a poor first round and a quiet free practice day. There is Andy Faridis de Haar. He was a little further back in free practice than I expected, but he got some good lap times. What did you make of Andy's performance?
Yeah, Andy, he looked quite comfortable once again in the 1000 class. He doesn't look like he's a rookie by any means at all. Really just propping himself just 0.2 seconds behind Kazma Daniel, who's in his second season. It's a top job from Andy Farid, and I really expect him to start fighting for victories towards the end of the season. Yeah,
and behind Marcus, incredibly closely packed field. There's so little difference, just a few tenths. We're promising a really good race this afternoon.
Quick shout out to Lachlan Epis, the young Australian, coming up 5th in qualifying. Not an easy job at all, and he's done absolute wonders this weekend so far.
Yeah, plaudits to him and to Evolution Sports Group for what they've done with that BMW. And there is Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin. He set the place alight last time we were here in October 2022, and he did a pretty good job in qualifying to come through to P2. So he'll be starting from the middle of the front row. And we saw that familiar grin afterwards, and there's Markus Reiterberger. So as the grid assembles, we'll be going down to the grid shortly to get some views. So we're going to go to Yulina now on the grid, and she's going to talk to some riders.
Good evening. We're at our last call for today, the ASB 1000s, and we are going to do the grid walk with these guys. Inspired by what Barry said earlier, let's look at the heavy metal. Now, let's rock and roll with a few of these guys. First, I really want to ask Markus Reiterberger how he feels today. I know I already asked you at your box how you felt, but I know being on the grid is different. How do you feel?
I feel very good. I'm really have trust in my bike, in my package, and I can't wait to start the race.
Good. I know that in 2020 you had an unfinished season and you placed, I think, 7 seconds behind Apawit, right? So do you think that you can do it again this time here?
I try my best. No, I think in the practices in the qualifying we had a good rhythm and the race pace was quite high. But you never know if the others improved into the race, so we will see. The race is always different.
Okay, great. Good luck, Marcus. And right now we will move on to P3. Have a quick chat with Zakwan Zaidi and see what's up. He's the defending champion, and he actually looks really consistent throughout the week. However, wanted to just ask you, you were in Q2 before, then in warm-ups you were in Q2, and then after you ended up being Q3. So what happened there?
I know in the qualifying time is everybody is fast. Also, when I expect in the first out is use the medium tire, I feel so good. And the second one, I tried the qualifying tire. I feel not so comfortable in the grip feeling. But okay, at this time I know maybe I'm not the best make the time, but in the front row is okay for me.
As you know, Zakwan, anything can happen in racing. So Andy Gilang is also your teammate. He's in P4. Do you have any strategy at all for this race?
Yeah, I don't think the strategy. I just want to fight with Marcus, and I try to follow him in the until the final lap. I try.
Good luck. I hope you can defend your title this year. Cool. And finally, we'll look at P9. Azlan Shah Kamarul Zaman. Our interesting character here. I read quite a bit about him. And during COVID, there was kind of nothing going on for a while. So instead of racing, he started working in the factory and stuff. Things were really hard for him. He struggled quite a bit now, but he's made a really good comeback this time around for the Asia Road Racing Championship. How do you feel today?
I feel good.
So I wanted more than 3 words, but okay, do you think that we can see more from you this weekend, Azlan?
Yeah. You know, this year I quite enjoy this bike, this AM. It's lovely bike, it's fast. But anyway, we just a little bit late to find a good setup. But we have a gamble for this race, so I hope this gamble will work and will give us something positive.
Cool. I'm really happy to see you on the Asian grid again. Do your best for today. And guys, we're going to end it right here, right now. Last race for the day. And right after this, we're going to have a look tomorrow for the warm-ups and then the races. Right back over to the studio to you, Barry.
Thanks a lot, Yelena. We just got the tyre information.
That's right.
So just taking a look at that, we did see yesterday, or I noticed yesterday, a lot of riders running hard front and soft rear. No sign of a soft rear. Oh, Anthony West has got a soft rear, but it's mostly hard medium. What do you read into that, Daniel?
Yeah, it was pretty evident throughout the practice sessions that Zakwan, Kasma, Marcus, and Azlan will go for the hard front, medium rear. Most of the Hondas would be running medium, so it's a surprise to see Zakwan on the hards, perhaps due to the temperature. But Anthony West, I suspect the soft rear is because they are down on power, and maybe he just thinks he can manage that soft till the end of the race and use the advantage of that extra grip that he has to try and keep up with the front.
Yeah, there is Andy Farid. He'd be looking forward to this race, starting from P4. And as you mentioned earlier, Daniel, this was a terrific performance from Evolution Sports and Lachlan Epis. He's done a great job. He's been improving all through the weekend. But honestly, I didn't expect him to qualify on the second row. Brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic performance for him in qualifying. And right next to him, and just to prove the quality he's in front of, Pasawit Titivarak, next to him there in 6th.
Yeah, we know Pasawit goes well at Sepang. Arguably better than he does at Buriram.
Yeah. Definitely, we expect Pasawit to have a great start in this race, and surprisingly, Haruki Noguchi, he's in 7th for this race 1 and race 2.
Yeah, he wasn't quite on the leading pace, hasn't got anywhere near to Marcus over the course of this weekend so far. We do, however, know that he has a special racing suit.
Yeah, something is different on race days for him. Don't know what it is, but he always brings something special.
There's newcomer to the class this year, Kemen Kubo, half Japanese, half Thai. Comes from Moto 2, he was racing in Moto 2 last season, and now with the Gen Blue Honda team, and with some work to do. He's starting from P8, and there's a familiar face there, Anthony West with Victor Racing, MLT Yamaha. They do gel well, Anthony and Victor Racing. We've got history, a couple of seasons in Supersport 600. This bike, you have to say, isn't really competitive, but you know the rider on board is capable of something special. And there's Jakrit Swangsuat, really good, accomplished rider from Thailand, well known nationally there. I knew him originally as a really quick 250 rider, and beautifully liveried machine they've got there. And there is popular rider Teo Yu Jo. He's enjoying himself. I chatted to him yesterday, Daniel, and he was saying he's getting faster. He's gone into this class in order to improve himself as a rider, so big shout for him.
Yeah, top job from him. He did a 2:15.087 in qualifying. It's improvements for him all around, so it'll be a stepping stone for him every time he sets foot onto the racetrack.
Yeah, we haven't seen the 3-minute board, I don't think yet, but here is the grid, led by Marcus Reiterberger, and the best of the rest, Kazma Daniel, who's starting from the middle of row 1, and next to him, Zakwan Zaidi.
In row 2, we have Andy Farad, Isdihar, Lachlan Epis, and Pasawit Titi Vararak.
And the big surprise, Haruki Noguchi is on row 3 in P7 with Kemen Kubo and Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman.
Rounding off row 4 is Anthony Keith West, Jakrit Swangsat, and Teo Yu Jo.
And that's our starting grid. It does look a bit like Marcus and the rest, but Marcus said it himself, and I tend to agree that the race is different. There's a lot of pride at stake here among the other riders.
Yeah, that segment is evident in Buriram, where Marcus seemed to have the pace, but he just struggled down on the brakes. I remember constantly overshooting at the last turn in Buriram. And yeah, he just couldn't string together the performance that he needed. But this time around, he's looking like he has the advantage. But right now, the conditions are different from qualifying. Anything can happen in the race. And as you mentioned, Haruki's got his race day suit on. So it is going to be very different. He will definitely be charging in from P7.
Yeah, usually makes good starts, doesn't he, Haruki Noguchi? And the other thing to note about Marcus, I mean, he got a P4 and a P6, I think, in Buriram, is that he looks a lot happier now, and he said that he was confident with his machine. That makes a difference. And Kazma Daniel is going to have something to say from the middle of the front row. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, Kazma looking quite good there, 2:05.576 in qualifying. So he's not too far down from Marcus. He's the closest to Marcus. And Kazma has always gone around Sepang well. It is home ground for him. So he'll be looking to get a good start and keep up with that BMW M1000 RR.
Lap. "12 riders in the field, but so much quality here." Marcus Reiterberger finished on the podium in the Le Mans 24 Hours just 2 weeks ago. Kazma Daniel, everybody around here knows him. Around here meaning Malaysia and ARRC. Rookie season last year for Kazma, and he just got better and better until he looked like a real contender, one of the riders to beat by the time we reached the end of 2022. Zakwan Zaidi, more championships than you can shake a stick at. And then Andy Farid coming into this class like he was born for it. Lachlan Epis, great to see an Australian rider and a private team doing what they have done so far. Pasawit, great at Sepang. And Haruki Noguchi, starting from P7, got a double win in round 1. So he will have something to say. And then we got Kevin Kubo from Moto2, Aslan Shah, bag full of championships as well, and West, MotoGP winner. Honestly, the quality here is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the grid is just packed with stars from all parts of the world in two-wheeled motorsports. And yeah, as you mentioned about Kasma earlier, I think some people might look at round 1 and say that Kasma might have lost touch a bit, but I think it's not that. I think it's just that the rest have really worked well on the bike, and Yamaha just are trailing just that little bit, and they've brought something new into round 2 for sure, because Kasma has managed to close that gap. And I think we're going to see Kasma start to charge up into the top 3 once again.
Yeah, the setup clearly wasn't right in Buriram, and actually I have to say in free practice it looked the same. It looked the same, but he came through in qualifying, so hopefully just in time for this race, race 1 of 2. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow for race 2. The afternoon flying by, I have to say.
It's hard to believe that we're at the end of the day already. The final race for day 2 of round 2 of the FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship.
There is Kasma. I noticed in qualifying as well, the big full grin was back. Atlanipis takes his place just behind and to one side of Zakwan Zaidi. Ruki Noguchi paddles into position.
It's not used to being that far back.
Safety car hasn't taken up the rear yet.
So we're just waiting on the grid now, the red flag being held up in front of the riders.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay, but there the man with the green flag goes. They're waiting for the safety car, and the lights are out, and we are off for race 1 of the ASB 1000s, and a good start from Zakwan Zaidi. Goes to the outside to peel into turn 1. Haruki Noguchi comes up into P4 inside of Andy Farid. Rider went right wide there.
That was Lachlan Eppes just going all out of shape into turn 1. He was momentarily up into the top 5, and then now he's just dropped back down behind behind Aslan.
Reiterberger gets ahead of Zakwan. They had a little disagreement, let's say, in qualifying. And Haruki Noguchi in that famous racing suit through to P3.
This is the Haruki that we remember now coming up.
And this is the Kasma coming up on the outside of him. This is the Kasma we know too. This is going to be some race, I can tell you.
That was a brave move from Kasma. He tried to make it on the outside at turn 5 on Haruki, but Haruki holding the line just too well. Marcus, he's trying to give some breathing room now between himself and the rest. Zakwan and Haruki are going to have to catch up to Marcus now.
Yeah, and behind them you've got Pasowit just challenging Aslan Shah. As we were saying, the quality all the way through the field, but there's a little bit of a break at the front from Marcus Reiterberger. It wouldn't be a surprise, but the riders behind him, led by Zakwan, are going to be doing everything they can to stop him from getting away.
Yeah, they have to catch Marcus within the next lap, or else Marcus is just going to get comfortable and start pulling away. You can see already visually the gap is increasing.
Yeah, Zakwan the best of the rest so far. Haruki Noguchi right on his tail. Kasma Daniel just behind him, and Andy Farid behind him. Pasowit got the better of Aslan Shah. Nice and steady through turn 15. And look at Haruki Noguchi blasting up alongside pit wall.
Yeah, Haruki getting really early on the gas there. He's the fastest through in the first lap, and Andy Farid trying to make a move on Kasma, but Kasma is going to shut the door. But no, Andy Farid does make it stick, and he moves up into 4th. So Kasma with a tough start of the line. He was struggling to keep the front wheel down, but Zakwan now closing up on Marcus Reiterberger and bringing Haruki Noguchi with him.
Brilliant work. There was an advantage there of 0.3 of a second across the line for Marcus Reiterberger, first time around. Lachlanipis dropped down to 10th after that error on the first lap. Kazma, keep an eye on him, he's in 5th place. Battling at the moment with Andy Farid.
Marcus just hasn't been able to pull away now from Zakwan. He's it looks like he might be struggling a little bit because Zakwan and Haruki, they're looking comfortable. They're really chasing him down now. And Andy Farid has made the pass on Kazma earlier. And
here comes Haruki up the inside of Zakwan, and he's going to hold it. He's going to hold it. Let's see what the 22-year-old Japanese can do.
Zakwan tried to fight back, but immediately had a bit of a twitch. And here comes Haruki now. If I was Zakwan, I would just sit behind Haruki because Haruki clearly has superior pace, and he is going to hunt down Marcus. We know Haruki, and he's not going to let that slide. He wants to be at the front.
He expects to be at the front. This is the mentality that makes him the racer that we've come to know over the last year. Ooh! And you can be sure that he didn't back off the gas at all as he went off onto the grass, but that has given an opportunity to the others to catch up and for Marcus just to get a little bit more of an advantage at the front. Let's see what the difference is as they go across the line this time.
It's a 0.8 second gap now between Marcus and Haruki.
That's another half a second lead snatched, and Zakwan comes back through. Andy Farid's trying to get through too.
Haruki stuck his leg out and it hit Zakwan's front wheel. And now Andy Farid, he's up into second.
This is a fantastic battle, but it is giving an advantage to Marcus Reiterberger. I'm just hesitating because looking at the way that Andy Farid is taking advantage of the situation. Narrowly missed a podium in Buriram in race 2. There he is. He's now leading the chase after the German on the 1XOX TKKR BMW.
Aslan Shah, he's made some good progress, and he's actually got the fastest race lap currently. He's running in 5th, right behind Haruki. He closed up after that error between Haruki and Zakwan.
Yeah, he's put Pasowit behind him and is making his presence felt, as we would expect. Now he's breathing down the neck of Haruki Noguchi, who is in P4 currently.
Yeah, they're all bunched up once again between positions 3 down to 6.
That's it, Pasowit bringing up the rear of that group. He's going to need to hold on, try to keep tabs on Aslan Shah. Kazma Daniel, we expected him to be there, but he has fallen back behind this group. Saw a mistake there from Pasowit. Here we come, let's see what it looks like head on. Even from this angle, it looks like a big gap, but Andy Farid is leading the best of the rest. He's leading his senior teammate Zakwan Zaidi into turn 15, and during the course of that lap, Aslan Shah has got himself into contention. The advantage this time 1.4 seconds for Reiterberger over Andy Farid. Aslan Shah goes up the inside into turn 1 of Haruki Noguchi. So another battle. We saw a ferocious battle between those two in Buriram as well.
I wonder what's happening with Haruki there. After the contact between himself and Zakwan, he's just started to drop down positions. But Zakwan as well is struggling to find a way past his teammate.
Yeah, let's see. The race is a long one. He's got time. We've seen Haruki take his time before. He doesn't always scamper away at the front. But let's see. Kazma Daniel off the back of these. Nevertheless, we've got some superb riders locked in a battle for second place. Got Marcus Reiterberger, who needs to keep it all under control at the front, and looking at his demeanour over the last couple of days, as Aslan wants it, but in that effort he's dropped himself back into P4, and Farid. Nicely done. Holds on to that second place.
Yeah, great job from Andy Farid. And only his second round, his third race in the ASB 1000 class. He's up into second and he's just holding off his teammate quite well.
Aslan looking for a way round, choosing a different line. He's looking for a fast exit, isn't he, from that turn? Let's see what he can do down this straight with a slipstream. And BMW power. Out he comes alongside Zakwan Zaidi.
It really is all about the exit for Aslan because the top speeds, the gap is huge. Aslan and Andy Farid are the only two riders I believe who have done over 300 so far in this race. Aslan is just choosing the right lines and taking advantage of that extra power that he has.
Yeah, that was nicely done. You can see all the experience coming into play from Aslan Shah as he takes a look at Andy Farid. Haruki Noguchi, almost a second back from Andy Farid at the moment. Pasowitz still clinging just about to the back of the group. And it is Haruki at the back of the group. Aslan's going to make another move for sure at some point on this lap. Zakwan's taking a look at his compatriot. Championship rivals this year. Aslan wasn't in the hunt last year. Haruki Noguchi pushing Zakwan now as well. You can't take your eyes off this. Wish I'd brought eye drops now.
Yeah, Haruki is just trying to line up, move on to Zakwan Zaidi, but it's just not really coming together for him yet. Kasma, he's trying to close the gap, but he's not lapping fast enough to really get past Pasowitz. Last time around, Kasma did a 207.5 and Pasowitz was doing a 207.2.
Marcus Reiterberger, 207, just about dead.
Yeah, so he set the fastest lap of the race in the last lap, a 206.7.
Yeah, Aslan, foot off the peg there, a little bit out of shape, coming through turn 14. Don't think he's going to try anything this time. He didn't get the drive out then, nor did anybody else to make a difference. Haruki has a look, and he's going to muscle Zakwan out of turn 15 if he can, but he can't.
That was close there between Zakwan and Haruki. Haruki's definitely going to try on this lap once again. Might be able to do it down the front straight, but no, it's not close enough. Zakwan getting the better drive. Aslan now closing the gap between himself and Andy Farid. The gap at the front, 2.233 seconds.
Yeah, Marcus.
Oh, that was a moment there that Aslan had. Nearly went off the bike there at turn 14.
Yeah. And yeah, another fastest lap for Marcus Reiterberger, 206.5. Aslan continues to threaten Andy Farid. Taking different lines, having a look all the way around, looking for the drive out of the turns.
I really do wonder the top speed differences because Marcus Reiterberger has barely touched over 290 while everyone else is doing 297, 296, 294. And yeah, perhaps his superiority is just the way he rides through the turns, the way he flows around. Here comes Aslan Shah now. He's trying to line up a move and he does get side by side with Andy Farid, and he makes a pass on Andy at turn 9.
Yeah, Andy's not having it. Not intimidated.
I think I just saw Haruki as well making a pass on Zakwan there. Yes,
he
Haruki
did.
has.
So all to play for here. Tyre wear not yet coming into play, I don't think, but it'll be interesting when it does. Haruki trying to take a wide line around Andy Farid. Not enough there. Marcus Reiterberger still in sight. And let's see what happens as they come this time into turn 15. Haruki makes the move. He's trying to get past two riders. got past Andy Farid and made it stick. He's not going to get past Aslan this time around.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to do a double overtake move there at turn 15, but it wasn't to be on that lap. But here comes Haruki now. He's up into third. He's chasing down Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman. Haruki looking good again.
Yeah, he does. There was a little breather for him in the early laps after he came through really quickly. Then he dropped back. Now he's got his second wind. See that familiar crouching style off the bike. Aggressive on the bike, but the bike not moving around too much. Haruki doing a lot of the work.
It's one of those riders who just seems so in control of his bike. But now he's chasing down Aslan Shah. I think he'll definitely be well within striking distance within this lap. So he's really hunting him down. And he's just set a faster first sector time than the man in front of him.
Yeah, Reiterberger just done the best through sector 2. So he's not easing off at all. Currently almost a 3-second advantage over Aslan Shah last time across the line. Haruki has a look, but he's not close enough.
Yeah, he was tempted to show the front wheel there, but it was a bit too far. He will have another opportunity down at turn 15. We've seen so far in this race that he likes to overtake at that turn.
Andy Farid still with the advantage over his teammate, Zakwan Zaidi. And Pasowit holding on to Zakwan too.
Andy Farid has made a mistake somewhere, because that's Zakwan now who's come across, and Andy Farid has just dropped back quite far. Must have been an error somewhere from Andy.
Yeah, and okay, so we know what Zakwan's objective is now. We always talk about the stillness in the SDG Hard Pro Pit. You just saw it again, with their rider doing incredible things on the track and trying to get the better of Aslan. But Aslan is a difficult man to get the better of, no matter who you are.
Quick look there from Haruki on the inside of Aslan. It just wasn't to be. Aslan's too strong down there on the brakes. You'll have to try it once more. I think he's just going to try once again at turn 9 if he can get close enough.
Yeah, if they hold each other up, then Zakwan's going to be in the mix as well. Marcus is really quick through sector 2 every time.
Well, everyone's lapping the 207s and 208s. Marcus has just lapped in the 206 again. So that's a gap in pace currently between the leader and the rest.
So I think we can start to watch out for tyre wear now as Haruki shows a wheel to Aslan once again. Zakwan Zaidi, if these two slow themselves up, Zakwan will be all over that battle for P2.
Haruki's desperate to get past Kasma. He believes that he has the pace to follow Marcus. With just 4 laps remaining after this one, I don't think there'll be any chance that he'll catch up to Marcus, but
here he comes. Aslan left the door open, but he's trying to get in. He's got it back. Aslan Shah. What a ride. Even after all these years, he can still surprise what he does on track. That will have surprised Haruki Noguchi too. And look at Zakwan getting into contact with these two. Haruki looking again. He's a real nuisance, isn't he?
Yeah, he does have that line, and I don't think Aslan's going to be able to get in front of him, and yet
Almost
doesn't.
on the grass again for Haruki.
He plays those wide lines better than anyone else, but there goes the BMW horsepower. He's going to attack once again here at turn 15, and Haruki does attack. He gets in front of Aslan now, but can he get on the gas before Aslan does? Because that BMW is just a monster on the straights.
He just did it, didn't he? You could just imagine him clenching his teeth to hold the line and get the drive in. And Aslan's coming back with that BMW. What a battle this is. Haruki on the inside. Zakwan getting into the mix.
What a move that was from Haruki to bite back at turn 1. I don't know how he managed to find grip to make that stick, but Haruki did. And he comes now down into turn 3.
Aslan has another look up the inside. This isn't over. Can Zakwan get onto this? There's a little gap opened up as that was going on. Here comes Aslan once again. Haruki's going to switch inside. Oh, there's contact there. Contact there, and Haruki came through with the advantage. Aslan's got Zakwan in front of him now as well. That was a hard move from Haruki.
Yeah, Haruki's not giving he's not making any friends this time round. He's really hunting for it. What a move to bite back there at turn 4.
Yeah, I'm quite sure Haruki's not looking for friends. He's looking for results. He's got Zakwan behind him now. Zakwan threatening him. Oh, and more contact. That was a definite bump.
That was a proper
See what
bump.
race direction makes of that now. Haruki is back into P4 behind Aslan, and he's got Andy Farid after him. This is hard racing, folks.
That was proper contact between Haruki and Zakwan there. Zakwan not leaving any room at all for Haruki to get through turn 9. And now Haruki has to do all that work all over again because it's Zakwan now that leads this back group.
He's got 3 more laps to do it after this one's complete.
It's brought Kazuma and Paswid back into the contention as well for the podium. So this will get interesting the next few laps.
And Kazuma just coming into touch with that group as well. Wonder if Zakwan can make P2 his own after all of that. A lot of it's going to depend on tyre wear now. Haruki pushed really hard. What has he got left? Aslan's been pushing hard all the way through. What's he got left?
Yeah, Aslan started all the way in P9. He's now fighting for the podium, so great job from Aslan.
Yeah, brilliant ride again from Aslan Shah, as we saw 2 podiums for him in Thailand. And Haruki Noguchi, we know he won't give up, despite the clashes that have put him back into P4.
Yeah, that wouldn't have shaken him at all. Haruki, he's a confident rider, and he doesn't care what happens. He doesn't care about contact, any twitch or anything. It's just part of the gig for him.
Yep, and they race hard in Japan, we know that. Now he's got Aslan in front of him. It was so hard to make the pass previously. What can he do now? But at the moment, Haruki Noguchi, double winner from Buriram, is off the podium. Definitely on the podium is the man going through there to the right of the screen, Marcus Reiterberger.
Haruki already having a look on the inside there of Aslan Shah. He knows in that lap he couldn't do it, so he's going to try and line it up for the next lap. It's so hard to overtake that BMW down the straights, to make a line, to make a move down in turn 15 or turn 1. It's almost impossible because the advantage that BMW gains is quite significant.
Yeah, you saw so many rehearsals from Haruki before he actually executed the move.
Oh, here comes Haruki early
again.
on.
Another clash from these two. No love lost between the Malaysian and the Japanese for sure. If they both end up on the podium, the body language is going to be interesting. But there, Zakwan is still leading the front of this group.
Ooh, really wide there,
Commentator's curse, he's gone wide. And he's lost a place to Haruki Noguchi, who's gone from P4 to P2 as they cross the line with 2 laps remaining. Aslan goes to the outside. Zakwan comes back.
Zakwan and Haruki were leaning on each other down the straights there. Side by side, but here comes Haruki again. He's biting back.
Haruki muscles out Zakwan through turn 1.
This is some racing going on. They're really battling it out. Marcus has no idea what's going on behind him, but this is quite the race. Here comes Haruki now, leading this large group of 5 riders.
So at this level, it's the smallest error. And these riders will pounce any one of these. But it's Haruki with the advantage now in this epic battle for P2. This is one we're going to remember.
Zakwan's going to bite back. Zakwan's going to make that move down into turn 9, but Aslan as well, he fancies a move on Zakwan there. And Aslan trying to make it.
Here comes Zakwan. Haruki switches back through. There must have been millimeters between them. Here comes Zakwan again.
Contact.
More contact.
This has become something else of a race. Now Zakwan leads Aslan and Andy Farid. Haruki drops down to 6th place. 5th place, apologies.
He's playing hard, but he didn't come off well in that last clash. Haruki Noguchi dropped back to P5. He's got Andy Farid, he's switching up the inside.
Haruki's not giving this up. He's going to keep on fighting. That won't have phased him at all. He's going to try. He's got one last lap to make it stick.
Aslan Shah looks like he's going to peel into turn 15 first. Zakwan's going inside him. Aslan is wide. Haruki Noguchi, more contact
again.
that time with Andy Farid. My goodness. Aslan and Zakwan cross the line together. Haruki Noguchi, Andy Farid and Pasowit cross the line together. Let's sort this out as they go through turn 1. That was quite a calm passage through turn 1. But we're on the final lap now and the gloves are going to come off again.
Andy Farid now, he's gotten ahead of Haruki. He's in 4th. Haruki's going to try and make the move on Andy. He has to make it over here at turn 4, and he does make it at turn 4. And now he's going to hunt down the Honda of Zakwan and the BMW of Aslan.
Yeah, it was knee-to-knee contact there between Haruki and Andy as they went through now. Andy's feeling what it's like to battle with these guys in ASB 1000. Haruki's 1 place off the podium. Zakwan Zaidi is on the podium and Aslan Shah is in P2. Looking like he can achieve it at the moment. Experience tells, and we've got 2 really experienced Malaysians here battling for P2. Andy Farid, Pasowit has gone wide and slid off, low-sided out on the last lap. We've seen him do that before, Daniel.
Oh, there we go, turn 9 between Zakwan and Haruki. That's under investigation. But for now, Haruki is trying to chase Zakwan. I don't think he's going to be close enough. It looks like Aslan and Zakwan have come away with it. That looks like that will be the podium positions, the final podium positions.
Here they come. Haruki's going to get some drive out of here. He's going to try and... He hasn't got a slipstream.
This is going to get interesting now. Everyone taking different lines.
So the tightest line for Aslan Shah as they peel into turn 15 for the last time. Zakwan, Marcus Reiterberger, meanwhile wheelies across the line. And what is happening behind? Aslan Shah came out first. Zakwan is going to take P3. Haruki P5. Andy Farid Izdihar P6. We are breathless here in the commentary box. I guess at home there's nobody left sitting on the sofa after that.
You could see the gesture between Aslan and Zakwan. They couldn't believe the race that they've just had. That was spectacular to watch.
What a race. It was for P2, but my goodness, that didn't matter at all. Look at the jubilation in the 1XOX TKKR. They've got P1 and P2. Congratulations, 1XOX TKKR. What a race. What a ride from Marcus Reiterberger. What a performance from Aslan Shah. Under all that pressure to take P2 from riders with the quality of reigning champions Zakwan Zaidi and Haruki Noguchi. Marcus, you've got no idea what happened behind you, my friend. That was just a phenomenal race. Let me get my breath back and we'll look at the results once again as the wind wafts the palm trees. Let's calm down and look at the results. Marcus Reiterberger, we know, clear winner. Aslan Shah in P2 after that epic battle with Zakwan Zaidi finished 3rd. Haruki Noguchi off the podium in P4. He won't be happy with that. Andy Farid Izdihar, magnificent ride from him in P5. 6th was Kazma Daniel. 7th Lachlan Epis. And 8th fellow Australian Anthony West. Kamin Kubo came through to finish 9th, 26 seconds back on the leader. Pasowit crashed out. Jakrit Swangsoat showing 36 seconds behind. Teo Yu Zhou finished in 16th. And as the riders complete their cool down lap, ready to come into Parc Fermé. Let's have a look at the exchanges between the riders. In a way, speaking from a television perspective, it would have been good to have seen Haruki in Parc Fermé with the riders that he was clashing with. There is a referral to race directions, so the results that I just read out are provisional. Take nothing away from this rider, Markus Reiterberger, on the podium after the Le Mans 24 hours 2 weeks ago. A convincing winner in race 1 of round 2 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Haruki Noguchi, knowing him, even though he started from P7 and ended up in P4, he's going to be shaking his head as he comes into his pit box. But we're riding now with the winner, first on the track, first into Parc Fermé, Markus Reiterberger. Cool as a cucumber. And here comes Aslan Shah. He won't be feeling quite as cool after the work he had to do. Looks like he ran out of gas. As he walks in, but there's a spring in the step of Aslan Shah as he soaks up the congratulations of the 1XOX TKKR team. They know what he had to do to achieve that P2. It was a phenomenal ride by the Malaysian, former champion in 2019, the first champion. Congratulations between the two teammates. It was Markus Reiterberger's day on track, but in terms of achieving and winning battles, the day belonged to Aslan Shah. What a performance. Yeah, you have a drink. We haven't seen Zakwan in Parc Fermé yet. Some breath there, but he's happy. He could have done nothing else. That was such a clever ride from the Malaysian. I think he's 37 years old. We can call him a veteran. There is Zakwan Zaidi, who finished third. And there is our very own Yulina, who is going to talk to the podium finishers now from Parc Fermé.
Well, what a way to end the day. I am now in the Parc Fermé with the ASB 1000 riders who've placed third, second, and first. And we just saw a surprise there, not from Marcus, of course, because he's taken the lead, but we saw a really fierce battle between the boys going on behind from second onwards to the sixth. But I have with me now the reigning champion for the ASB 1000 last year. Now tell us a little bit about what happened back there in the battle.
Yeah, firstly I want to thanks to the team. They make so hard work today. I'm happy with the bike feeling, and also in the race I know Marcus was very fast. I tried to keep the pace, but I know the Noguchi and Azlan behind me, and I tried to defend the place, but difficult. Everybody fast and then pass me, and I have no pace in the middle of the race, but. Okay, I just realized maybe in the podium is good for me, and then I try my best to get the podium.
Cool. Okay, never mind. This is just race 1. We still have race 2 tomorrow. What are you hoping for race 2 tomorrow?
I'm hoping I want to win also. Sure, I will try my best.
Okay, good. I hope you defend your title too. So we're done with Zakwan for now, and we'll go to Aslan Shah now, who's made a really good comeback in Buriram, and you climbed from P9 to P2 today. So tell us about that.
Yeah, what a race. After a gamble setup for this race, and it works. I'm so happy. Just a little bit struggling with the grip and fighting with all the riders, with touching and everything. But finally, I managed to keep the position, and I want to say thank you to the team that, I don't know, every time we work hard very too much for the setup, and it works today. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Aslan. And we'll now talk to Markus Reiterberger. which was already a shoe-in win. So yeah, okay, Marcus. So you were right in the front racing by yourself anyway, so you kind of missed the action that was going on behind, but it's cool. Anyways, you did really good. So tell us how you feel about the motorcycle.
Yeah, I must feel great because I win with nearly 8 seconds gap. But to be honest, I don't feel as good as in the qualifying. In the qualifying, the bike was really perfect. Now we try something different on the rear to improve again for this heat, especially. But I think it's normal on this heat. The grip is not the same as in the lower temperatures. But at least I can fight with the bike. I can handle it. But I really struggle. I don't see my pit board the first few laps, so I was afraid, is it fast enough or not? I pushed as hard as I can. I lost a few times the front. But in the end, I just ride home safe and quickly. And I want to say thank you to my team. This was a really good weekend so far.
Yep, congratulations on today. And it's true as well, we don't know what the rider feels unless we're riding the bike, right? So I know that we talked about the motorcycle today, but how are you feeling just in general?
I feel good because you see me put it on. I really fight with the bike. I really struggle to do fast lap times. I think now we have a much better setup. Sure, Sepang I like a lot. And it's a home race from the team, 1 and 2. I think better is not possible.
Congratulations on your win today. I hope you overcome your struggles tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, guys. So looking at all that fierce and fiery battles, we are so excited to see what we have in store tomorrow. We come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the warm-ups from all the boys. Thank you for watching. Back over to you in the studio. Barry, take it away from here.
Yelena, thank you so much. Let's take another look at, if we can bear it, let's take another look at this phenomenal ASB Race 1 battle. It started fairly predictably with Markus Reiterberger making a break, but very quickly we saw close battles for P2. In the early stages, Andy Farid featured strongly, and then we saw Haruki Noguchi really getting on it, looking extremely determined, trying to pass. Aslan Shah switching back. Those two such well-matched rivals in this race. Here you see another version of it. We'll probably see 1 or 2 clashes in a minute. This was a stage in the race with 4 laps to go when tyre wear was there, and Haruki came up the inside, nudging Aslan off into the dirt. Another clash there between Zakwan this time and Haruki Noguchi. No quarter asked or given in ASB 1000, and Haruki shot through there into P2. Zakwan had another idea and another clash, and Aslan had yet another idea. That clash was enough to set Haruki back, and so he had it all to do again, crossing the line 4th with Andy Farid Izdihar breathing down his neck. It was a phenomenal race. There was Passowit, disappointing, threw it down the road right on the last lap. Markus Reiterberger takes the victory by 8 seconds, and behind him Aslan comes out best, getting a good drive through the corner to take P2 from Zakwan Zaidi and Haruki Noguchi. So let's go now to the podium and the national anthem of Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. like to invite Mr. Stefan Makikarpet, the president of FIM
And
Asia, to present the
prizes
trophies to our
for
winners.
the podium finishers will be
In third place,
handed
from
out
the
by
Honda
Stefan
Asia
Karapier,
Mishoa,
the
Muhammad
FIM Asia
Zakwan
president.
Zaidi.
He shakes the hand of reigning champion Zakwan Zaidi and hands him the third place trophy.
In second
Zakwan's
place,
happy with
from
that.
the 1XOX BMW TKKR team, Aslan
Aslan
Shah
Shah,
Karuzaman.
you saw how happy he was with that second place. He knows he couldn't have done any more. It's probably one of the best races he's
And
ever
your
ridden.
race winner from the 1XOX BMW
And the
TKKR team,
imperious winner, Markus Reiterberger, the German rider, gets the first place trophy. Shows it to the cameras.
Enomoto, the managing director of IDEMITSU Loop Asia
And the
Pacific,
team
to present
award,
the team
very
award.
well deserved team award, will be presented by
And the
Mr.
team award
Masanori
going to the
Enomoto,
1XOX
the managing
BMW
director of
TKKR
IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Makikarpet and Mr. Masanori Enomoto to take a photo with our race winners.
Now we'll line up for the photos and just catch our breath after what really
Ladies and
was
gentlemen, a round of
a
applause once
phenomenal
again
race.
for the ASB 1000 race winners.
Okay, right away. Boss,
And a big thank you once again to Mr. Stefan Makikarpet and Mr. Masanori Enomoto for presenting the awards.
And we'll just take a look at the championship standings before we sign off. Championship leader Haruki Noguchi with 63 points. He's got an advantage of 7 over Aslan Shah. Third is Zakwan Zaidi. Fourth, Markus Reiterberger. Fifth, Andy Farid Izdihar. Paswit Titi Vararak is in 6th. 7th is Kazma Daniel, Kazma Udin. And 8th, Kevin Kubo on 22 points. We will be back tomorrow morning. That ends it for today. We will be back for warm-up at 8:55 tomorrow morning. So join us then, and the racing, as it did today, will take place at 12:35. And if you're at Sepang, come along at 11:10 for the pit walk. The ARRC pit walk is more fun than you can possibly imagine. So if you can possibly make it, come and join us. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you tomorrow.